Here we are. Hi, everybody. Welcome to what we call the birthday live stream. I was going to have a birthday hat on because it is my birthday and I should wear a birthday hat. And I ordered one from Amazon. Based on my thing here, it's 10 stops away is what it says, but it's only 3 blocks away. So the birthday hat will be here soon. Hi, everybody. Look, there's been a ton of people in long before this live stream started to say happy birthday. I really appreciate that. Bunch of people are in now. I'm seeing a lot of folks in here. Taylor, I'm glad you made it. Haven't seen you in a while. So we're doing good here. Hi, everybody. It's such a long list of people. I saw Hog Stricters is in. You know what? I should get my glasses. Can everybody hear me? And is everything good as far as how things are going? We got a lot to talk about. Thanks for all the birthday wishes, you guys. That's really nice. I appreciate it. So we got a lot to go over. There are surprises. There is a giveaway. We're gonna do a few giveaways here, and snakes. I was going to have a snake out. Hang on. I'm not prepared for this thing. Hang on. Let's start with, how about this guy? Oh, buddy. How about Kodiak? We'll just pretend like he was with me the whole time because he's ready to go. So this is Kodiak. And Amy Bentley, it looks like, is in already. Let's say hi to Amy real quick. And she's... Wait a second. That looks like my backdrop. That's actually, hold on a second. Let me just look slightly to my right. Amy Bentley, hey. She's here in my living room, you guys. She's right freaking here. It's lovely to see you, Amy.
It's lovely to see you too, Bob.
Yeah. Wow. What a surprise for all of us. I had no idea. She's like a ninja. She snuck in.
I was prepared.
You were, yeah. Who do you have there?
I have Harry Vanderspiegel. I do not have screen, so I can't tell if he's in focus or if he's on screen or.
Yep, he is. You're doing good there. I got you in full.
So cute.
Yeah, he's a cute guy. So Amy, can you not see on your phone what I'm seeing? You can't see the screen. You're just seeing the comments.
I can on a.
Oh, on a small screen. Okay.
Super delay.
Okay.
It's like my phone runs like 15 to 20 seconds late.
Okay, I gotcha.
So.
But you guys, so Amy can't tell me if we're having technical difficulties. I mean, she'll see your comments, but go ahead and comment if they're like. Let's make sure that everyone can hear us and see us and everything. Should be good though, I think. All right, so Lori Torini, thanks so much for the birthday wish. Nice of you to pop in. I know you're super busy. Thanks for coming in to say happy birthday. That's nice. So as with any live stream, you guys, I don't see most of these comments. I happen to see Lori's just then because I'm kind of looking over there right now. But especially once we get going, I'm not going to see them all. So Amy's going to try to monitor them. If you want ones, if you want me to see yours and respond to it, send a super chat because that will highlight it. I may see it anyway, but I probably won't. So if you super chat it, then I'll see it or Amy will see it and she'll tell me. So that's how that goes. And let's talk about what we're drinking. So first of all, hang on.
I will still be doing the missing super chat stance if I need, if it arises.
Yeah, you'll do the little dance.
I'll do the dance. Don't worry.
I'm gonna put your sister's in. Did you see that, Katie?
I saw.
Hi, Katie.
Hi, Sissy.
Hang on. We're gonna go like that. So now you're off camera. So do any weird thing you want. You're off camera right now. But you can see that right on your phone. I just want to make sure you've got the view.
I'm still on.
Oh, now.
camera.
Oh, there's a delay. Now you're off.
Yeah, there's like
okay,
a 20
so there's a delay.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
So I'm like.
All right, so let's talk about what we're drinking. So first of all, we're drinking coffee for one thing. Green Room Python's coffee. Get yours today at the Cold Blooded Caffeine Company. It's a delicious blend that I picked out myself. But I'm drinking out of a very special mug, and I should wait till he's in the chat before I talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it right now because I don't care. My friend Willie of Willie's Reptiles made me this mug with his own skills of pottery, and then he laser etched the Green Room Pythons logo, which is really hard to do because that logo has a bunch of scales and it's crazy. But I think it came out cool because it's sort of vaguely there, you know? It's great. I love it. So, and then his, I don't want to dump this, but his logo is underneath. I'll show you when I have drank a little bit more. Oh, we have some super chats already. AU Farm Diva says, happy birthday, Bob. Love you, Red Sonia. Oh, thanks, Red Sonia. I appreciate that. That's very nice. Thanks for being here. That was first super chat of the day from Red Sonia. Thank you for that. Taylor Somerville, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday, Bob. I'm looking into getting a Super Dwarf retic. That's a good choice. I've been doing a lot of research. Any tips and advice on owning one? Yeah, I mean, just in buying one, just making sure that you're getting what you don't buy from random people, but make sure you're buying from a reputable source that will give you a good sense of what the locality is and what the actual percentages are, and a realistic view of what the size might be. You know, a lot of times you can look at the parents to see what the size might be, but the parents might be young parents. You know, if the mother is 3 or 4 years old and she's super tiny, that's great. But when she's 10 years old, she's going to be double the size, you know. So taking all that into account, because there's just a massive size difference in super dwarfs. We can't say that with ball pythons. We can sort of have a nice little range with ball pythons, but with super dwarfs, really tough to know exactly what you're going to get unless you're talking to the right people. So that's my recommendation. And then aside from that, they do really well with a lot of room, whether it's in their cage or outside of their cage. Both my super dwarfs are right now in the snake wall room, roaming all around. They spent half the day following each other. I think they've stopped following each other now and they're separate, but they're all over the room. We'll bring them out at some point today. Thanks for all the birthday wishes, you guys. Let's talk about, okay, so the coffee, Willie from Willie's Reptiles gave me this yesterday. Amy and I went over to Willie and Tara's house, and we went and had a little birthday dinner and had a good time. I saw a bunch of Willie's Reptiles that, if you follow his channel, Willie's Reptiles, a lot of his that he has, I was with him when he got them. But he's gotten a bunch of other stuff that I haven't seen yet. So I got to go over and see a bunch of new snakes and things like that. And we had a good time. Hung out all day and into the evening with Willie and Tara. They are two of my favorite people. Okay, Katie, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday to one of my all-time favorite reptile friends. Truly appreciate you. Oh, Katie, thank you so much. That's really nice. I appreciate that. Okay, there we go. Oh, here's another one. Nether's Warren 14, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. Questions. How do you thaw your rats? I got them from Lane's, like you said, Lane Labs. So awkward question, but do your snakes poop in your house? How do you clean that? What chemical? Okay, so I thaw my rats in, I mean, you can do it a number of ways. Just don't do it in the microwave. Don't ever do that. But what I do is I take rodents and put them in freezer bags, and I thaw them in cold water. Or if I get them out of the freezer in time, I just thaw them out in the room in plastic bags. I don't want the smell of rodent in the room until I'm getting ready to feed. So hang on. Zachariah, I see you, pal. Hang on. He's on.
I've been trying so hard not to laugh.
So this is my
Zachariah is like
my sister's account, but clearly Zachariah is on here. Many of you have seen my video that I did with Zachariah when we set up his snakes enclosure a year and a half or so ago. Hi, Zachary. I'm so glad you're here, buddy. It's nice to see you. Uncle Bob noticed me. So funny. Okay, let me finish answering this question. So thaw it in plastic bag in cold water, and then once it's thawed, you can warm it up in warm water just from the tap. And then the snakes occasionally poop in the house, but almost never for the ball pythons. It's usually the black-headed pythons that poop in the house because they poop more often. So I just monitor that, and I just disinfect it with chlorhexidine. It's usually almost always they do it on my hardwood floor, which is really convenient because I can just wipe it up and then wipe it with chlorhexidine. But you can clean it with any kind of cleaner. It's just like if your cat or dog pooped in the house, you know. Not a huge problem. But I did clean up some poop earlier today from Banjo. I got a story to tell you guys about Banjo, but I'll tell you in a bit. We'll keep talking about what we're drinking because Amy and I are both drinking whiskey. We're both drinking Scotch, but different Scotches. So I'm drinking one of my favorites, Port Charlotte 10. This is one of my I would say top 3 favorite Scotch. Well, top 2 that are attainable favorite Scotches. I have others that I would never buy because they're so freaking expensive. But Port Charlotte 10 is one of my favorites. I have not had a sip of this yet, so I will right now. Slancha, actually, let's wait, and then Amy can cheers with us too. Amy, what do you have?
I have this one.
This one. What is it, Amy?
Aberfeldy.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's an Aberfeldy 12 that you've never had before, and I just had it here, so you wanted to try it. Yep. Aberfeldy 12 is a Highland Scotch. It's not peaty at all, and it's just it's a lovely Scotch that I would give to someone who's doesn't know Scotch very well. Amy does, though, and she likes the peated stuff, but I think you'll enjoy that. So, Slancha, cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Man, I love Port Charlotte. What do you think of that, Aberfeldy?
It's really good.
Yeah, it's nice, right?
I was thinking earlier today I was going to take a sip and then purposefully be like,
yuck. I wouldn't believe you because I know that
actually was super good and I really liked it a lot. I was like,
Yeah, it's good. It's not challenging at all. It's really nice. Okay, we got a couple other super chats that I got to get to here. J Rod, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday, Bob. Tomorrow is my 45th. Oh, nice. Happy birthday, J Rod. Very cool. There's a lot of August birthdays. A lot of people are telling me that their birthday is either today or yesterday or tomorrow. My friend Nicholas from Suriname messaged me today to say happy birthday. His birthday was yesterday. And Nicholas, I love when I get a message from him on WhatsApp, either on Facebook or WhatsApp, because he's in the middle of the jungle in a hammock messaging me, which is so funny to me that they're connected like that over there. Azara, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday, Miss Bob. Hit the like button, friends. That's nice. Yeah, hit like if you're enjoying this. Don't lie. If you're not enjoying this, don't lie. Still keep watching because maybe you'll enjoy it later. But, if you like it, let YouTube know. Oh, we got more. Katie. This is Amy's sister, everyone. Hang on. Amy, I'm pulling you off screen. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Happy birthday, Bobo. I love you tons.
I was on screen.
Watching from work tonight, making my client watch with me. Are you going to come see me soon? Yes, I am, Katie. So Katie is painting nails. She is very artistically painting someone's nails. She's such a great artist. And so the person that's sitting in her chair is very lucky. And Katie, yes, I'm coming to see you soon. I don't know when, but it's going to happen. It'll happen. You should have come with Amy. Thanks for the super chat. Kirsten, thanks for the super chat. Let me know if you have a question or a comment to go with that. That happens sometimes where the comment or question is overlooked. But type it in here and either Amy or I will see it. Okay. So Kodiak seems to be doing all right up on my hat. I saw a lot of people that have shown up with their whiskey. They're watching with whiskey. Crisis Corpse is drinking Dark Arts. That's cool. Anybody else drinking whiskey or not whiskey? Maybe you're drinking coffee. Maybe you're drinking a good water. Maybe you're drinking a nice water, which is always good to hydrate. Another Sworn is asking if we'll see Molly today. You know, we could see Molly. Let's see Molly right now while we're doing this stuff. We got Molly's. Oh, Molly's in her box. Look at that. There's Molly. I might pull her out later, but we'll just see her in her box right now because she seems very comfortable. She's in a box of Highland Park 12, which is a lovely Scotch. Another Highland Scotch that's not challenging, a little bit peatier than what Amy's drinking right now. But I think Molly is enjoying the box. I think she quite enjoys it.
Highland Park 12 is what I stole from you.
That's right. You did on our way back from Suriname. I got a bottle of Highland Park 12 at the duty-free store, and I put it in Amy's suitcase, and then we forgot about it. So
I just took it home.
She just took it home, and it just became hers. I told her, you know what? If I'm not responsible enough to remember my own whiskey, you can have it. It's good stuff, though. All right, where are we at here? I want to keep track of this because I really want the birthday hat to happen. So I want to keep track of this thing. Still out for delivery. Like literally 3 blocks away still, but in a different position. That truck. Crazy. Did we get a question or a comment from Kirsten?
I'm not seeing one.
Okay.
I am scrolling. I did not see one.
Okay, cool. All right. I mean, it's not. Azara's excited for the hat. She says it's not a crazy hat. It's literally just the most generic of birthday hats. Katie, thanks for the super chat. Malibu rum on the right and GR coffee on my left. Great. That's a great. There is. I was just talking to somebody the other day about Malibu rum, and there's a debate as to whether that's actually rum or not. It is. It's just generally sort of flavored coconutty. Look at how not head shy. Let's see if I touch his head. He backs up a little bit, but and Green Room Python's coffee to the left. What Katie's referring to, ladies and gentlemen, is Green Room Python's coffee. Get yours today, cold-blooded caffeine company. We're just gonna do a commercial every time it's mentioned. In a pig and V? Is that how, Amy? Is that how you would say that? In a pig and V. Thanks for the super chat. That's how we're saying it. Okay. And I'm so sorry if it should be said a different way, but thanks for the super chat. Is it possible to fix the relationship with your snake if maybe you all started on the wrong foot? If so, how can I fix the relationship? Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what you mean by started on the wrong foot. A lot of times people think that, you know, like something traumatic happened, maybe their snake fell or something like that, and they think that now their snake is holding a grudge. That doesn't really happen. But if what you're talking about is that you started off their first year or so not handling them in the way that you now know that you should have been or whatever, yeah, you just do the regular socialization stuff that you would do with a new snake, and they're good at sort of changing how they interact. They'll kind of mirror what you do. I mean, as far as the energy, I feel like this is kind of a woo-woo way of saying it, but you know, the energy that you put out, they kind of mirror. So, and that just means that if you're like, let's take it to the extreme example. If you go in the wild and you grab a snake by its neck and rip it out of the ground or whatever, it's going to be fighting and like it's matching your energy, right? Because you went in scared and grabbed it by its neck and stuff. But if you go in and lift it up by its belly, you may have to just grab it to pick it up, but then you're working with it respectfully. It calms down and it matches your energy. And pet snakes do the same thing. They're not locked into one thing. Katie, thanks for the next super chat. Emmy says, happy birthday, Bob. Also, she missed you in all your kilt, beard, and fire glory this year. Also,
Hi,
she
Emmy.
says, hi, hi, Sissy. She loves you both.
I love you.
Okay. Hi, Emmy.
Guys, so Katie is my sister, but Emmy is my mom's favorite child.
Okay. But Emmy is also not related. I'm right about that, yes?
Not by blood.
Not blood related,
Mm-hmm.
but your mom likes her better than both of her blood children, is what Amy's saying.
Yep.
Okay, makes sense.
She's the favorite child.
Thanks for the happy birthday, Amy. All right. Making a cosplay. I probably said that wrong, but I know that it's make and cosplay. I get it. You're a cosplay person. Thanks for the super chat. If you had to own a reptile that isn't a snake, what would it be? It would be a. I mean, I have so many answers for this because I enjoy so many different things. It would be unrealistic for me to have it here, but I love a lace monitor. They're amazing. Yeah. There's a lot of lizards. I was a lizard guy before I was a snake guy. I don't have lizards now because I'm out of town so much, and lizards like to eat daily, or at least more often than I would be able to feed them when I'm out of town. Nathan, thanks for the super chat. Got first ball python 1 week ago. Congrats. She's 3 months. Mojave yellow belly pied. I'm so excited about it, but I'll be gone for the weekend. Will she be okay if humidity gets low for 1 day? She's about to shed. Yeah. So yes, I'll say fine with lower humidity for a day, but if she's in shed, you kind of want that humidity to be up. So just, I don't know what substrate you have her on, but just mix water into the substrate. If you just have her like on paper, something like that, take sphagnum moss, which you may not have, but what you might have is a clean sponge, and you can just soak that with water, something that you can soak with water that will give off humidity. And what's that?
This is my dance.
You're flagging me down? Hang on. So yes, something that can, and also you can, even if the snake is on paper, you can, now you're on camera, by the way. The snake's on paper, you can still spray them off at least before you leave. That humidity is going to go away right away, but at least you'll give them some. Hi, Amy. What can I do for you?
Kirsten.
Oh yeah, we got one from her.
Says, happy birthday.
Thanks, Kirsten.
I got my girl from John's Jungle in April. She's a 1-year-old pied. She's super sweet. Thanks for all of your videos that have helped me provide a great home for her.
That's fantastic. Wonderful. Molly Malone, who you just saw, came from John's Jungle, and Lydia Dietz came from John's Jungle. He has cool snakes.
I definitely just put a pen mark on this pillow.
Okay, well, I won't worry about it.
I'm never getting invited to come back to the green room for a live stream.
I'm sure I've pulled you off camera, sorry. But they can still hear you. That's okay. I'm sure there's so much food on that pillow that I've spilled because I eat while I'm on that couch. Your little pin mark isn't going to make any difference.
Okay.
Okay.
You have more super chats.
I do. Red Sonia says, Bob forgot his other favorite, a Cayman lizard. I do love a Cayman lizard. Cayman lizards are not, I love them, but I don't even think about them in the realm of something that I would keep. It's kind of like an anaconda. I love it, but I don't think of it in the realm of something that I would keep because they need a massive water feature. And even if I lived in a huge place, a Cayman lizard is more possible. You know, I still would want to give them a big water feature. It's more possible than an anaconda, obviously, just because of the size. But I wouldn't want to keep a Cayman lizard without a big water feature, I think. Okay, we got a bunch of super chats. I also have questions from Patreon that we're going to get to at some point. But if the super chats keep coming in like this, maybe we'll split this into 2 live streams. Although I expect that this one will go for a long time. Let's see. Korean Melody Serene Melody. So maybe Serene Melody. That makes sense. Thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. I've been having issues getting my ball python to eat frozen thawed. What are your recommendations? I've been hearing so many things from different people. So my biggest recommendation, and you may have heard me say this already in videos, but it generally is what works, is well, there's a couple things. So number one, skip your snakes next feeding, right? So if you feed them every week, wait 2 weeks before you offer. They'll probably be sitting in their hide. Take a hairdryer on that thawed out, warmed up rodent. Take a hairdryer and blow the scent into the enclosure. The snake will think that there is a live rodent in there and they'll come out looking for it. When they come out looking for it, they're in food mode. You put it in front of them, they'll just take it. Usually a snake in food mode isn't asking questions first. If that doesn't work, another thing that you could do is, let's say that your snake is on, I don't know what they're on, but let's say that they're on smalls. Well, they're probably not. They're probably on, let's say they're on weaned. What you would do is get a live rat pup, right? Which is a little bit smaller than a weaned, or quite a bit smaller than a weaned. You get a live rat pup, let them eat that, and then offer them another. Then they're in big food mode and looking for another one. Then you offer them a frozen thawed rat pup, and you get them to eat that. And the weird thing is, I don't know why this is, but usually once a snake takes a frozen thawed, even if you trick them into taking it, they'll take it again. So those are a couple things you can do. Best of luck with that. Okay. Callan, I'm just going to say Callan because it's so hard to decipher some of these. And then later on, I'll look at it and I'll go, oh, that name was obvious. But it's not always obvious in the moment. Hi, Callan. Thanks for the super chat. Love your videos and became a Patreon supporter a few weeks ago. Oh, congrats. Welcome. I'm glad you're there. I hope you're enjoying the Patreon. Hope I can make it to the next herping trip near me. I hope so, too. I don't know where you are, but those herping trips are being planned. And also, this is for the Horde of Keepers over on Patreon. I plan on being at the October Tinley in Chicago. And I want to plan a maybe Thursday evening Patreon little get together at some spot. I don't know where, but we're working on that. So those of you local to Chicago or planning to be at Tinley, that'll be fun. It's not a herping trip, but it's a little get together for, evening drinks and dinner, maybe something like that. Elena Arroyo, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday, Bob. I'm 2 months into my research of ball pythons. Worry about hunger strikes. Suggestions. By the way, my birthday was last Friday. Subscribe, people. Oh, that's nice. That's great. Happy birthday, not congratulations. That's a weird thing to say. Happy birthday. Who was it that sent me? It was Marco Polo. So the Marco Polo app sends you a happy birthday, and they said, "Happy birthday, Bob. Congratulations on your special day." And I said to Amy, that's the weirdest way to tell somebody happy birthday, is to say congratulations on your special day.
And then you just said it.
And then I just said it. I just said it to Elaine. Happy birthday. As for your question about hunger strikes, out of all my ball pythons, I have a small handful, maybe 4, that will go on hunger strikes. But hunger strike seems weird. It seems like when we say hunger strike, it's just that they'll just take a break from food for a little bit. And it's, especially like at a size like this, it's not a big deal. He would never. But I'll give you an example. I'm going to put him back. I'm going to give you an example. Dolly, who I've raised since she was a baby. Oh, you're going through my shirt. Okay. It's going to take him a minute to. So I've raised Dolly since she was a baby. She has grown slowly because she does not eat very often. Hi, Mama. And she's actually, her last couple of feedings have been really good. So this is Dolly. And she, for a long time, she was eating like once every 3 months. She would take a meal. I didn't worry too much about it. She never had her body condition didn't look bad. She was fine. Like, it doesn't matter if she doesn't want to eat much. She doesn't have to eat much. Snakes don't require a ton of calories, and they do just fine on a small amount of food. You know, a lot of times in the wild, they don't have a choice. They have to wait 3 months before they're able to get a meal. And and I'm also not, hang on a second, I'm just closing his little enclosure there. I'm also not in a hurry to raise these snakes up to breed. Like, I'm not trying to breed her quickly or anything. She might breed next season, you know, but whatever. And she took a meal the other day, and then the one before that was just 2 weeks before, which is, she hasn't done that. She's a 4-year-old snake, and she hasn't done that in like 2 years, taken 2 meals within 2 weeks of one another. Anyway, my point is, we'll talk about this this situation. My point is that it's very rare. You hear about it when somebody's like, my snake hasn't eaten in 8 months. What do I do? We hear about that all the time because people talk about it. But nobody goes online and goes, you guys, my snake takes every meal. You know, but most of them do. So it's really not as big of a problem. And there are ways you can deal with it. There are ways you can get your snake back on food. But those of us who have lots of ball pythons, it's just not a big deal, because we just know that it's okay if they refuse. Like, it's no stress. I guess the stress would be when you have one snake, they refuse a meal, you've wasted a rat. And for when you have lots of snakes, you can sort of strategize. Okay, if this snake is likely to refuse. You know, I always assume that she's going to refuse, so I don't thaw one out for her. I thaw one out for somebody else, and I offer it to her first. If she takes it, then I can thaw another one out for the other snake, you know. But if you only have one snake, then I guess, you know, you're wasting a rat, which is kind of a bummer. But the chances of you having a snake that eats every time is greater than the chances of you having a snake like this that eats sporadically. So, and by the way, look at her body condition. This is a very sporadically eating female ball python. She looks just fine. She doesn't have the extra weight for breeding, really, although she probably is well over 1,500 grams. But she, you know, I'd like her to be a little bit fatter if I was breeding her, but I'm not too worried about it. Okay. You guys, thanks for all these super chats. So nice.
You have so many of them.
Hi, Jessica. Thanks for the super chat. Hello, new here. Do you sell baby snakes? And if so, do you only sell baby ball pythons or other snakes? I used to be scared of snakes and am thinking of getting a Rosie for a first snake. Any advice? I do sell snakes only to my Patreon supporters. And right now I only produce ball pythons. Next year, I expect to be producing black-headed pythons and potentially super dwarf retics. But I don't advertise to the public. Like, I don't sell on Morph Market or anything like that. They only go to Patreon. At this point, that may change in the future, but right now it's only Patreon folks. And Rosie boas are great. People, I've never kept Rosie boas, but people who keep them love them. So I would say, based on that, it's a good choice. They're you know, I don't think that you see them very much, but ball pythons are kind of the same way. So yeah, Rosie boas are great. They're you know, they're typically, you're never going to get bit. Typically, you know, every snake is different, but you know, they're cool snakes. Okay.
Okay. Updates for you.
Okay, hang on.
A while back.
You're on screen now.
Hi. A while back, Shan said,
my sister,
Green Room Pythons coffee is really delicious.
Yeah.
By the way, this is Shan now. But Zachariah has now been commenting from, I believe, his dad's account.
Oh, okay.
Just still saying mostly hi, but now he wants to know if you like cheese.
Oh, Zachariah, you're asking if I like cheese.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uncle Bob, do you like cheese?
That's a great question, Zachariah. I believe that the many times that you've probably seen me eat cheese at your house would answer that question. That yes, I do like cheese. Thanks for your question, Zachariah. That's a really good one.
Zachariah also would like to know, do you like the Inspector more than Banjo?
No, I like them both. I would say that I like them both the same. Don't let me forget to tell the Banjo story, by the way.
Okay. He also says you should wear a suit.
Okay. All right. Noted. Thanks for the. Anything else?
There were a lot of things.
Okay. I like the fashion tip. All right. Well, so we'll put those on pause for now.
Okay.
Thanks, Zachariah, for all those. My nephew, you guys, is really, he's got a lot of things to say, and he's a super smart kid. Okay. T King, thanks for the super chat. I just got confirmation I'm headed to Uganda in January. Oh, I bet with Dave Kaufman. That's amazing. Congrats. That's very cool. I'm guessing that's the Dave Kaufman trip, because I know Dave's putting that together.
I wish I was going on that trip.
Yeah, that's gonna be
awesome.
that's gonna be an amazing trip. I can't wait to hear about that. Dave sent me such a nice birthday video message with him and his dog. I love his dog so much, his dog Nori, and he likes to send me videos with the people that he's with or the dog that he's with or whatever. He's very nice about touching base and saying hi and saying happy birthday and such like that. Nice to get a video from him. Nethersworn, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate your videos. Because of you, I'm not afraid of snakes. Oh, I love that. I love hearing that from people. I just adopted an older black pastel girl, named her Pi, the pastel python princess. Oh, that's a great name. That's a big, long name. It's perfect. That's awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations for getting over your fear. And then also on your new snake. That's amazing. I really like hearing that from people. It's hard to get over a fear of anything, you know. So that's a cool thing. Jenna McKeegan, great to see you here. Thanks for the super chat. I just bought 2 new ball pythons from Costco for me in celebration of your birthday. Nice. That's great, Jenna. That's amazing. I'll have to let Costco know that the only reason he was able to sell those snakes was because of my birthday. So I feel like he owes me something. Congrats on that. You have a really cool new snake room that you and the girls have built. And so I'm sure those snakes will be very happy in that room. Wheezy, thanks for the super chat. You guys, I'm never going to get to these Patreon questions. And to Patreon, I'm really sorry, but I got to do the super chat. Happy birthday, fellow Leo. Thank you for continuing to make great videos. You're an inspiration. Oh, Wheezy, thanks so much. I appreciate that. Wheezy Vet Tech. Thanks for that so much. I appreciate it. It's nice. Crisis Corpse, thanks for your super chat. Congrats on your survival. Happy birthday. That's really nice. You know, my sister sent me a message saying that she was happy I was alive, which was nice. And it made me feel like I survived something. There must have been something that I survived. I guess life up until now. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Hog Strictors. Hi, David. Thanks for your super chat. This $25 is for the destroyer of all plants, my girl Maya. Happy birthday, Bob. Thank you so much for the community you have built, Horde of Keepers for life, or as long as it exists. Oh, it's going to exist. Thanks, David. That's really nice. You know, if you guys look, actually, here's what we'll do. Watch this. We're going to go. Amy, say hi real quick.
Hi real quick.
And then we're going to go.
Also, I have Pip, you guys.
Oh, you got Pip.
Oh, no.
we'll come back and see Pip. So if you look at Maya's cage, oh shoot, hang on, how do we get back? There we go. So Maya's cage there on top. Her plants that I replanted are doing pretty well. Maya's in deep shed right now, though, unfortunately, so we're not going to see her. But I replanted her plants a while ago, and they're doing pretty well. All right, Amy, you've put Harry. Whoops, that's me. Hi, everyone. Let's go the other way. Going the other way with the camera, and there's Amy. That's who we were looking for. I was shocked to see myself on this camera. There's little Pipperoo.
There she is, guys.
This is how much attention I pay. You are literally 3 feet away from me, and I did not know you got up and put Harry back.
Harry did not like how much I was using both of my hands to produce this live stream. It was stressing him out.
Yeah.
Pip doesn't seem to mind.
Pip's
as much,
totally happy with it. Look at Pip is getting some size on her. I gave her the largest meal she's ever eaten. She got a Reptilink the other day. I can't remember how many grams the Reptilink was, but you know, a Reptilink is a sausage made for lizards and some snakes, not ball pythons. But it was a sausage, and that was the mega blend. So it had like quail and guinea fowl and rabbit and some other stuff, and quail egg mixed in, all whole prey mixed into a sausage. And you know, when she eats a mouse, that mouse changes shape based on her stomach. But a sausage with the casing doesn't change shape. So she swallowed that thing, and she had a perfect sausage-shaped lump in her belly, which was really funny.
She digested it pretty good. Oh, wait. It's kind of right there still.
Well, she's just fat, I think. But yeah, it does look like it's right there, but I think she's digested most of it. She's just kind of a fat girl.
Oh my gosh. How dare he say those words to you?
Yeah, she's a big girl. So the cool thing about the Reptilinks is that I usually feed her weekly, and I'm going to wait an extra week because it was a lot of food for one thing, but it's also super high protein. Tony, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday, new Python mom. Your vids are my fave. Thank you so much. And congrats on your new snake. That's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. Very cool. Amy, I'm pulling you off camera.
Okay.
You're writing.
Bye.
Nobody wants to see writing happening. Okay, scrolling down. Katie, thanks for the super chat. Dave's awesome no matter what Adam and Cusco say. I'm glad that you super chatted for me, so I'm going to benefit from the compliment that you gave to Dave. And since Dave doesn't watch these live streams, he'll never know that you complimented him. And I'm not going to tell him. It's going to go to his head. Brady, is this your husband, Brady?
Yeah, it is.
Brady B. Did he change his screen name, or
possibly?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just not used to seeing. Brady, thanks for the super chat. Just to make sure Patreon isn't neglected, please read the fourth question. I submit a question, but 4 is my favorite number. All right, Brady, you got it. I love this game.
Oh, now I have to.
Brady, this was a fabulous request here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. The fourth question down comes from Mercedes White. When did you first know that you wanted to be able to educate and be part of the reptile community? And when did you first know you wanted to be a reptile keeper? You're going to be reading these once we get to right.
Yeah.
So, you know, I decided to create this YouTube channel right around COVID, right when COVID was hitting. So I guess that's when I thought that I realized that I probably had enough knowledge and resources. The knowledge that I didn't have, I had resources that I could figure some things out. And I had enough experience with reptiles that I could do it. So right about then. And I've kept reptiles my whole life. So since I was a kid, you know, I was catching reptiles and amphibians as a child. So that's just been my life. That's a great question. Okay, Nathan, thanks for the super chat. So we got one Patreon question down by way of Brady's super chat. That was really good, Brady. Brady is part of the Horde of Keepers. Nathan, thanks for that. Happy birthday, Bob. Can we see handsome Dan? Yeah, is he out? He's got his head out. Can you make a note that we'll pull him out a little later?
I already did.
Okay, cool. Yes, Nathan, we will. He is available.
I have to sneeze again, but I'm wearing a mic.
What's happening?
I have to sneeze so bad, but I'm wearing a mic.
Cover the mic. Instead of covering your mouth, cover the mic if you're going to
Cover
sneeze.
my nose.
We're all going to hear you anyway. That's so funny.
Guys, I don't like wearing a mic 100% of the live stream.
McKenna Cosplay says Dave's head is big enough. It is. It's massive. It's, if you've ever seen it in person, it's a massive head. And No Pig in V, thanks for the super chat. After you got your first ball, how long did you wait before you got your next? Why do we keep wanting to buy more snakes after having one? So those are two separate answers, because I kind of had a plan. I got my next pretty shortly after I got my first. And that was because the inspector was my first. And when I got him, my immediate plan was, I want to breed him to figure out what his morphs are, because we didn't know. And so I was looking right away for a female to breed him with. I didn't know that I would end up with this many, but there's a thing. So the next question, why do we keep wanting to buy more snakes after having one? So we get all kinds of endorphins and stuff when we have a new snake. It's so exciting. It's such a fun thing in our life. And we want to recreate that all the time. So I think there, and I'm working on a video right now where I'm going to talk about this, but I think that there needs to be a thing where people, rather than going, now I want my next snake, now I want my next snake, is where they start re-envisioning what they're going to do with the animals they have, you know, and how are they going to make their environments better. You know, I just went bioactive with all these cages. I could have just bought 10 new snakes, right? But I went bioactive with all these cages, and now everything's different in here. And you know, just rather than getting more and more and more to try to chase that feeling, working with our snakes to develop trust, because there's a really great feeling when your snake all of a sudden is coming out on your hand, or is not bothered by, you know, when you touch their head. Let's see what happens if I touch her head. Oh, she goes back a little bit. But you know, I have some, like Banjo, who I have a story about. We've talked about this so many times now. Banjo, I can just reach up and grab his head and he doesn't care. Like, I'll just grab his face with my fingers. He doesn't care. It's kind of cool when you have a snake that's so you know, working with your snakes so that you have that relationship with them is real fun. Okay. Oh my gosh, there's so many super chats, you guys. Let's see. Nathan, again, thanks for the super chat. Hi, thanks for the advice. Happy birthday. Also, is it wrong to handle every day or every other? She has been great with me holding so far. It depends on the snake. You know, if they're a baby and you're just starting to socialize them, I would say, I mean, I don't want to say it's wrong at all. Anything's wrong, but for a baby that's not socialized, I would not handle them every day. I'd give them a handling session, a solid socialization session a couple times a week to start out, you know. But if they're super socialized, and they're out anyway, I wouldn't wake your snake up and pull it out of their hide every day, you know, because they're sleeping. They're trying to, you know, they're trying to do their snake thing, and then they'll start being annoyed. I mean, I don't know what annoyed looks like in a snake's brain, but you know what I mean. Like, you're the monkey that's always waking them up and ripping them out of their hide, and they probably don't appreciate that. So it kind of depends on the snake. All right. Jen from High Vis Pythons. Jen and Owen. Happy birthday, Bob. Thanks for the super chat, Jen. Let me show what Jen and Owen sent me. Look at this, you guys. This is a little 3D printed embryo. Velociraptor embryo. That's what I'm saying it is. In an egg. It's so cool. And they sent me that with, they sent Kent a gift also, which you'll see in Monday's video. But they sent Amy, what did you do with it? Because she won't stop playing with it. No, I mean, yes. They
it's
sent
over there. I told you if you.
They sent a bunch of these. These are 3D printed little dinosaurs. Where's it?
It's
oh, and you put one together. Amy put one together. Look at it. Look how cute. Little 3D printed dinosaurs.
Right there.
Oh, and this Amy won't stop playing with. And I get it, because it's a little fidget thing. Look at this. How cool is that? 3D printed. Owen's 3D printing all kinds of stuff. It's real cool. So thanks you guys for those fun gifts. Really cool stuff. All right. Keeping on with the super chats. Douglas's sister says, happy birthday. Hey, Jody. Good to see you, man. Tell Abby hello. Douglas's sister says, happy birthday. She's deep in blue, but still feeling festive. And you know what? It was their birthday the other day. Those scrub pythons turned a year old on what? On the 3rd, I think. If you guys know the curly-haired keeper, that's Abby, and Jody is Abby's husband, and they are wonderful people. And maybe we'll show that scrub python. He is in shed right now, but he's just cleared up. He's probably going to shed tonight. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if I turned around and he had shed already. But you know, he'll be fine. He's cleared up, so I'll bring him out at some point. Jessica, thanks for the super chat. Is there a difference with dwarves and regular ball python? There aren't dwarf ball pythons. When we're talking about dwarfs and super dwarfs, we're talking about reticulated pythons, which is a totally different species. So that's different, but there's no such thing as a dwarf ball python. I heard someone said that they had a dwarf ball python in a comment fairly recently. And I was like, that's not a thing. There is a locality of ball python called Volta, which is much bigger than all the other ball pythons. But there's not dwarf. Taylor Somerville, thanks for the super chat. I bought my first ball python a year ago, and am now looking into getting super dwarf retic. As I mentioned earlier, do you think it will be too much of a setup? I don't know what you mean by too much of a setup. It's a super dwarf retic is going to require a larger cage eventually. You know, I mean, if you're getting a baby, it's going to take a while, but eventually they'll require a larger cage. And they, you know, ball pythons are hiders. They like to hide and they like to be asleep during the day. You know, we talk about retics as being sort of nocturnal / crepuscular also, but I will tell you that super dwarf retics, or retics in general, oftentimes can spend a lot of time awake during the day. They'll nap when they want to. They'll nap sometimes at night. They'll nap sometimes during the day, you know. Oh, we should do a giveaway. Amy's reminding me we have a giveaway to do, you guys. We're going to do it right now after I answer Cheyenne's super chat. Thanks for the super chat, Cheyenne. It's my birthday too. Oh, happy birthday. That's amazing. My snake's present was a nice clean shed, all in one piece for the first time. Oh, that's great. That means that your snake has had good humidity for a while. That's fantastic. Happy birthday. That's awesome. All right, you guys, this is the first time I've ever done a giveaway, and here's what we're giving away. This comes from Amy and Brady Bentley. Brady made them. These are targets that have the Green Room Pythons logo on them. Let's see if it'll. Look at that. Target with the logo on it, 3D printed and put on a thing. So we have a few of these to give away. We have 3 that we're giving away, and the first one we'll do now. Amy, what's hang on, let's get you on screen. What should the word? So here's what's going to happen. You're going to put a word in if you want one of these. Now here's the thing: if you don't plan on target training your snake, maybe you don't plan on target training your snake, but you know someone who does, and you still want one. That's cool. But if you have no use for this, you know, we want these to go to people who are target training, have use for it, or could give it to some, you know, whatever. Anyway, also you've got to be in the United States. Sorry about that. We're not shipping these overseas. So if you're in the US and you could use a target, put in the code word
Birthday Bob.
Birthday Bob, all one word. Birthday Bob.
I think you gotta do. Does it have to be a hashtag?
Nope.
Okay.
Doesn't have to.
Birthday Bob.
Just
then.
put in Birthday Bob in the comments.
Did you already start it?
Nope. I'm gonna start it.
Okay, don't put it yet, guys.
Nope, do put it yet. Put it right now, because I'm gonna start it in a second, and it's gonna go through all the ones that they put. And okay, so
but I think you have to hit the start collecting comments.
it's going to start
button.
collecting them, and it's going to go through all the comments. Everybody that said
Match
birthday
text.
Bob.
You gotta type in birthday Bob. Right
So here we go. Birthday Bob. All one word. And I'm going to hit start collecting comments. Wait a second. I'm going to share screen. We figured out how to do this today, you guys.
We think we figured out how to do
Share screen. I'm doing this even with a snake in the middle of my face. StreamYard giveaway tool. Share. Look at that. And then start collecting comments. Bam.
Okay, do it. Birthday Bob. Ready,
And
go.
Draw. Oh, look at it go.
I can't see it.
It's slowing down. Winner, Dave Robbins.
Dave Robbins.
That's so cool.
Congratulations.
Congrats, Dave. So, Dave, send an email to greenroompythons@gmail.com with your address, and we will send out one of these.
Congratulations, Dave Robbins.
That went so well. All right, congrats, Dave. That's awesome. So yeah, just send me an email, greenroompythons@gmail.com. Say who you are, and write that down, Amy. That
Yeah, I did.
And then we'll. You know what to.
I know what I'm doing.
You know this better
most
than
of
I
the
do.
time.
So we got Dave. One of those went to Dave. It's this one right here. It's going to Dave. Doesn't matter because they're all exactly the same. We got 2 more to give away. We'll give one away in the next hour, and then one away closer to the end. That way, people that are jumping in late will get a chance, such like that. JG, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. I'm 3D printing you. Happy birthday. Are you saying that you're 3D printing a model of me? Like it's going to be a action figure of me? I hope that's what you mean. That would be amazing. And
that would be so cool.
McKenna Cosplay. Happy birthday to all August birthdays. I bet there's a bunch of August birthdays that are in here. Yeah. Happy birthday to all those folks. Katie, thanks for the super chat. Again, Amy wants to know how many snakes you currently have in the green room and how many are permanent residents versus babies for sale. So not all the babies are for sale yet, but I actually don't have that many. I looked today. I have 37 right now, and 32 of them are mine. So really only 5 of them are. I only have 2 babies that are technically available right now. And then I have 2 others that will be available in the coming couple of weeks. And then I have another one that's going to Lori Torini as soon as I can get her feeding on her own. And then all the other snakes are mine. And we can show you some of those babies at some point. I'm putting Dolly back, by the way.
Okay, I'm gonna put Pit back. Will you take me off the screen now?
I will take you off the
Bye,
screen.
guys.
Yeah. Sorry, I forget. I don't always look at what's on the screen. Okay.
You still have so many super chats, by the way, and we have done 1 Patreon question.
Okay. We're gonna go through these super chats, and you know what? If we don't get through all the Patreon questions, look, we don't have a time limit on this, but I'm not going to go all night, right? 4 hours is kind of the thing lately. I don't mind doing that, but if we have to do another live stream soon just to cover the Patreon questions, we'll do that. Viper 4777, thanks for the super chat. Oh, it's Jake Moser. Hi, Jake. Love your community and have the most excellent birthday. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Jake has the brother, I think, to Koa, my Brettles Python. Koa, I would show you, but he's in shed right now. I think you have a male, but oh, you do, because his name's Bob. I mean, it could be a female named Bob, but I'm going to assume that it's a male. Look at that, Jake. I even remembered your snake's name because it happens to be my name. Okay. Scrolling down. Look at that. I'm on the congrats already. Okay. We're getting caught up. Jenna McKeegan, thanks for the super chat. Last one, maybe. Just checked. The house snake in the last 10 minutes shed in honor of your birthday. Oh, that's great. Congrats on your house snake's shed. That's fantastic. Bearded Bullets, thanks for the super chat. We got our first ball pythons this week. Female, about 280 grams. How did you do the female sign? That's cool. I don't know how to do that. 200. What would be a good Lane Labs order? What would a good Lane Labs order look like to account for growth? I bought a 50 pack of large mice, but I think they'll be too small soon. Yeah, they'll eat way less than 50 before you move up to something. So I'd be getting that snake on rats as soon as possible. And the reason is that it's a ball python, and your biggest jumbo rat is a little bit smaller than it's about the size of a weaned rat. Your largest mouse, jumbo mouse, is about the same size as a weaned rat. So once that snake outgrows weaned rats, you're going to have to feed them multiple mice. So if you can get them on rats now, that's the best thing to do. I'd be putting her on. I mean, I'd have to look up the weight of rat pups. I'd say she's probably on weaned at this point anyway, close to 300 grams. That's probably a weaned rat. Because I'm feeding 100-gram snakes, rat pups. So yeah, I'd say weaned rats, and then do 10% of the body weight, 10 to 15% of the body weight if you're ordering, and then once you have them, you can eyeball the size, same thickness of the body. Yes. You have 3 super chats. I have 3. Okay, cool.
And I think one of them you missed.
Oh,
between Katie and Viper, there was Eric, and he was asking a question about day-night cycles in rack systems.
Oh, I did miss that then. What, will you read it to me? Wait, so, hang on. Let me see if I can find it. Sorry about that. There's so it's the one right above Viper.
Mm-hmm.
On, scrolling. Yeah, I did miss it. Ooh, good catch, Amy. Hi, Eric. Thanks for the super chat. We didn't miss it. We got it. I got it back up.
I didn't miss it.
Amy didn't. We collectively didn't miss it. Don't even worry. Okay. Do day and night cycles matter in rack setups? I see in the gray tubs and wonder if they get a day and night cycle. They don't get a day-night cycle in gray tubs. That's why I don't use gray tubs. I do think it matters. I also believe that there are many snakes that are happy to just be in the dark, but they don't get a day-night cycle. So I personally, I'm not saying anything against breeders who use those kind of tubs. I'm also working on a video that's coming out soon that talks about the difference between breeders and keepers, as far as how we keep snakes as breeders versus keepers, big breeders versus hobbyist breeders versus keepers. I believe a rack system is for breeders, not for keepers, because you can keep snakes much better in cages. And I do use racks because I'm a hobbyist breeder. I have a lot of ball pythons, and I have them in tubs, but they're the clear tubs where they get light and they get dark, and they're enriched. And we'll talk about it in that video when it comes out. All right, let me see where we're at. Okay, I know where we're at. Amy's just holding up a hand to tell me how many super chat. You see this?
Running out of fingers on that hand.
Okay, here we go. Brett says, "Happy birthday, Bob. What size prey do you recommend for a 250-gram boa? The internet is so conflicting." So same thing. I think we're looking at a weaned rat, but now that I have 2 people asking and it's right around that, let me just look this up really quick. Because I don't keep this in my brain what the actual weights are of these rodents. And if I saw, like, if I was looking at a snake, if I had the snake in front of me, I'd go, oh, that would take out whatever. It's easy to tell. Let's see. A weaned rat is typically, and everybody's a little bit different, but 30 to 40 grams. So if you have a, so that's going to be 15%. Weaned rat is fine. rat pup would be a little light, but it's fine. Ween rat could be a little large, but it's fine. I would say, oh, let me say this. On a boa, I would go a little bit smaller. So you might give your next handful of meals might be rat pups. I feed boas smaller than ball pythons. A little bit. So maybe pups, or maybe you get a bag of weaned and you feed them the smallest ones in the bag, something like that. Candy's Critters, thanks for the super chat. Speaking of Lori Torini, please everyone donate to help take care of the rescued snakes in honor of Bob for his birthday. You can find her PayPal giving link in the video about the snakes. Yeah, so I did a video about this, 60 some ball pythons that were rescued from a hoarding situation. They were in really bad shape, and Lori and her team are doing an incredible job of rehabilitating those snakes. They've been able to rehome a number of them. And there were a number, though, that were so bad that they're getting some ongoing care. And the vet bills alone are massive on this. So if you can if you can donate something, that helps. And that is in the link to that is in that video that I did a little while back. I bet you could look up green room pythons hoarding, snake hoarding, and you'll find the video. Andialmek, that's how I'm saying it. I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Happy birthday, Bob. It's mine too. Oh, look at that. There's so many people whose birthdays are right around these few days. Happy birthday. I've been thinking about getting a ball python. Love your channel. Oh, that's great. I hope the channel has been helping you in making that decision as to whether or not you should. That's great. Happy birthday. Dizumasuku 876 _ 8769. I'm just going to say Des. You told me a long time ago I could just say Des, and now we're just going to do that. Yeah. Happy birthday, Bob. Fed my snake today. He ate a piece of cocoa chip, tried to get it, but no luck. It was small chips, so should I worry? No, don't worry at all. This is a big concern with a lot of people that their snakes eat substrate. And so, number one, snakes eat substrate in the wild all the time because they're just on loose substrate. So whatever gets in their mouth with whatever they're eating gets in their mouth. Keep in mind that snakes' digestive juices, that bile in there, is way stronger than humans because theirs are designed to digest bone. Some people that know nothing of snakes, they think that snakes eat and then they regurgitate the bone. But as we all know, most of us know, I think they digest it, right? Bone, fur, feathers, beaks, all kinds of stuff gets digested. So a little bit of substrate, a little bit of cocoa husk, no problem. Not a big deal. I try not to have my baby ball pythons on big chip because I don't want a baby snake to eat a big giant piece of substrate, but generally not a concern. Hi, Taylor. Lovely to see you. Happiest of birthdays, Bob. Any good recs for radiating heat panels for PVC enclosures? I can't find them anywhere. Missed y'all and the lives. I'm glad you're here, Taylor. Yeah. So I get mine pre-installed. Black Box Cages uses Reptarad, and Reptarad you can get on Amazon, I think. And people keep messaging me recently. I've been getting a lot of messages saying, what wattage do you use? And it all depends on your setup. I have some setups here with 80 watt and some with 125, I think, either 120 or 125. I can't remember, but it depends on your setup. The 125 is a bigger footprint than the 80. So it depends on your cage. And if you're ordering from Black Box, they will recommend. You tell them what you're getting. You're like, I want a 4x2x2. It's for a ball python. What heat panel should I get? And they'll tell you. So just send them an email. And I would say that probably most cage manufacturers would do the same. Allison Young, thanks for the super chat. Do you use UVB for your ball pythons? I've been looking into it and it seems beneficial for them. If so, what bulbs and fixtures do you use? I don't use UVB for my ball pythons. I have not seen much evidence that says that it does anything beneficial, and it very well could. and it doesn't hurt them. We know that. So the bulbs and fixtures, you would use Arcadia is what I recommend, and you want the shade dweller, because ball pythons and boas do not bask in the sun. They don't need a ton of it. You don't want to give them too much. So get them a shade dweller, because they are a shade dwelling animal, and put it in. It could be beneficial. I don't use it because I have not seen. I have put UV in a number of. I had it in the inspector's cage. Didn't notice a difference. He didn't seem to use it. I had it in. I still have it in Pip's cage. Can't really tell. You know, she doesn't ever bask in it. She comes out when generally, except this week I saw her a couple days out when it was before her lights went out, and that was interesting because that never happens. I don't have it in Harry's cage. I have it in Bella's cage, but actually it hasn't been changed, so she probably actually doesn't have UV, even though it's a UV bulb, because it's kind of older. But anyway, the point is, I personally haven't seen much of a difference. I think that we, as a hobby, focus on lighting way more than we kind of should with regard to snakes. Obviously, we know that most lizards absolutely need it. You know, otherwise they get metabolic bone disease, all kinds of stuff. But I think nutrition is more important for snakes than lighting. People are going to fight me on that, and I get it. I know everybody has their opinions, but I think nutrition is really important, and I think that's more important than the lighting that they have. But this is just, it's speculation, right? I don't have papers to back that up, so it's just my guess, you know. David, thanks for the super chat. Since you wanted to know the female symbol on the keyboard, press Alt 12 on the numeric keypad. Male symbol is Alt 11 on the numeric keypad. So cool. Thanks. I learned something. I don't know how to use keypads, you guys. I hit, like, if I want an H, I hit the H button. That's about as far as I go. And all the other letters too. I can do all of them in the alphabet that way. And all the numbers up to 9. Okay. Mare Muse, thanks for the super chat. Are pet dwarf and super dwarf retics getting bigger now that they're living in relative abundance? No, not necessarily. Actually, they were getting better. They were getting bigger early on because people were feeding them like they were feeding their regular retics, and they were being overfed. And I think we're getting the feeding figured out now with them, and so they're not getting massive. But it all has to do with genetics. You know, it's got to do with what they were bred with. You know, we have all these morphs in super dwarf and dwarf retics now, and with the exception of anery, there are no dwarf and super dwarf natural morphs. So if you have a morph snake, it's been bred with mainland. You know, so it's got some mainland blood in there, and it could have 50% of the snake could be mainland blood, and so there's just a massive range of the sizes. Echo and Stella are pretty small. You know, they're both 4 years old, and they're relatively small. I've seen other snakes that are 4 years old, super dwarves, that are even smaller. You know, and I would say most of them are larger than Echo and Stella are. But Stella is 100% Kalatoa Island retic, and Echo is 50% Karampa, 25% Kalatoa. Those are the two smallest, considered the smallest snakes from the smallest islands. And 12.5% Solaire, which is a little bit bigger, and then whatever the rest is would be mainland. But Echo is actually smaller than Stella. So I'm seeing Jim's message right now, and the reason I saw it was because it says, "I'm sure Bob won't see this message." Guess what, Jim? You're wrong. I did see it. What if I just took it off screen and went on and didn't read the actual message? Is he wearing glasses designed to reduce eye strain from looking at screens? If so, do they work? They do have a blue blocker, I think, but they are reading glasses. Otherwise, I will see everything blurry. And yeah, I think blue blockers do work to reduce eye strain. I believe in them anyway. Okay, am I
You
good?
are. The Corey Ayers is asking if it is also Kent's birthday. And Azara just sent you another super chat.
It is also Kent's birthday. Azara, I'm going to get to that in a second. I had Kent do a message for you guys, a little video message. We're going to play that right now.
Hi, I'm Kent, the star of Green Room Pythons, and today is my birthday. And it's also my brother's birthday, because of coincidence. And today, Bob asked me, what did you get me for my birthday? And I said, jack squat, because you never get me anything. And he said, well, I got you something today. And I said, great, what is it? He said, you can go home from work early. And actually, that's a really good gift. And he said, but you have to make a video for tonight's live stream first. And I said, that's not a gift, that's a bribe.
There you go. That's from Kent. It is his birthday today. Thanks for that. Thanks for that question.
Immediately after he stormed out, he came back and asked me if I would get him a cheeseburger for his birthday.
Did you get him one, Amy?
Yes, I also bought him a milkshake.
Oh, that's really nice. It was obviously busy setting up while you were doing that.
Yeah. Still no birthday hats, guys. Sorry.
That's the answer to Azara's question. Thanks for checking on that, Azara. Let me see if it was delivered though, because maybe it was delivered to the mailbox and not outside my door. Still says out for delivery. These Amazon people, unbelievable. Driver has to make a few more deliveries on the way to your address. It says it was telling me. Now it's a little further away. It was telling me how many stops until it got to me. Now it's just saying it needs a few more. All right.
We're good. Brady has a super chat for you, but it's about Patreon questions. So
Brady, thanks for this. If there's a 44th Patreon question, let's hit it. If not, question number 42 is also acceptable. We don't have 42, Brady. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I would say that we have. I tell you what, though, Brady, that what that would do is it would put us at the last one, right? So if we're going that far down the list, it would put us at the last question. So that comes from Timothy Pagan. When should you upgrade to a 4x2x2 for a ball python? Which is a great question. A lot of people want to know this. First of all, you can put a ball, we put my son's baby ball python in a 4x2x2 and she does great. She eats every time, totally happy with it. I've got that videos on the channel when I went to Cincinnati to set that snake up. So that was a baby. But when should you is when your snake outgrows whatever enclosure they have. And, everybody has their different parameters for what the size should be. A lot of people say that the cage, if the snake is longer than the length of the cage, you should upgrade them. A lot of people say if the snake is longer than the length plus one side of the cage, you should upgrade them. And I would say definitely there. If the snake is longer than the length plus a side, give them an upgrade. Yeah. And, there are factors, there are individuals that are different and stuff like that. But in general, that would be a good way of figuring that out. Brady, thanks for that. We're getting to the Patreon questions one way or another, you guys. Jalen, thanks for the super chat. There it is. Happy birthday. And once again, I'm a new ball python owner and was referred to you for tips, and you're very helpful. Thanks. Oh, that's great. I'm glad that you're finding it helpful, and that's so nice that people are referring. I really appreciate breeders like KG at Bomb Projects always tells me he's a friend of mine. I see him all the time at reptile shows, and KG always tells me that anytime he sells a snake, he sells it with the advice to watch Green Room Python's videos, which is so nice because I don't think that my advice and style is compatible with everybody, works with everybody. I'm sure there are other breeders that maybe wouldn't recommend. They want their buyers to go and get their information somewhere else. And I get that, but it's nice when I hear that there are some people that are recommending it, I'm gonna put a little more coffee in the coffee cup that Willie made for me. Willie's a very artistic dude. He's, first of all, I'm jealous of how he can put a video together. Willie's Reptiles, but he also does pottery in his garage. So he made that for me, and I like it. Okay, are we on to Patreon questions?
I think we're ready for Patreon.
Come on, now we're doing regular Patreon questions. I think I need another snake though first. We got a couple things to do. Let's get. Oh, you know what? Let's see where the super dwarfs are. Amy, I'm putting you on screen. You don't have a snake with you?
I don't. I can grab that one though, if you'll let me.
Which one?
The naughty one.
Oh, grab that naughty one. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we're coming back to me. I'm going to tell this story while she grabs that naughty snake. So, I mean, he's not naughty. He took advantage. So here's what happened. I'm embarrassed to say this, but I'm much happier to tell this story because we have him to show him on camera. Amy and I were having lunch yesterday, and the lunch had just been delivered, and Banjo was out. He was right up on top of there. I let him free roam, and we got into. What were we doing? We were eating lunch and doing something.
Yes,
I was showing you something.
Yeah, I was working. I work a lot and miss a lot of videos. So you were showing me Rita's.
I was showing you Rita's. Right.
When Rita came over to the green room and
Yeah.
you introduced her to all the snakes.
Yeah, my neighbor Rita. So we spent probably 20 minutes or a half an hour watching that. And then it was time to go over to Willie and Tara's. We were going to head out to Malibu. And I said, all right, let's go. We'll get Banjo back in his cage. And I look up and Banjo's not up there. And so that's okay. No big deal. He's around somewhere. He free roams. He's fine. So I look around. You can't find him. So we spent a little more time looking around. I'm like, where is this freaking snake? We're kind of looking all over. That's never happened. We're looking all over. And then we're looking for so long that I realize that the front door is open. The screen is shut, but there's a little bit of room between the screen and there's a little crack. And I'm like, he's a pretty big snake. It's very unlikely that he could fit himself. I mean, he's not an octopus, right? It's unlikely that he can fit himself under there. But the longer we looked for him and he didn't show up, the more I thought maybe he got outside. Because the other thing is, typically black-headed pythons don't stop moving. They don't curl up somewhere, right? So if we're looking for him for a while, eventually he's going to come back out of wherever he is and he's going to show his face. They don't ever just stop. So all of a sudden it became more likely that he did do the unlikely thing, which is squeeze himself under that thing. Amy should have seen him out of the corner of her eye because she was kind of facing that direction, but
I knew he didn't get out, guys.
But
I knew it in my heart.
I went outside. I made a lap around the building. I made a lap around the neighbor's building, came back inside, looked for him for 3 minutes, went back outside, made another lap. I probably made 5 laps around outside, like looking everywhere because I thought I lost him. And finally I was like, all right, we're not going to find him. He's gone. I'm going to leave my door unlocked. We're going to go to Tara and Willie's. I'm going to try to have a good time. I'm going to leave my door unlocked so that if a neighbor finds him and I get a call, I can just say, open my door and put him inside. And we'll see what happens. And so I get to Willie's, I tell them the story, and everybody, including Amy, is like, look, you're going to find him when you get back. He's going to be in the house. You're going to find him. I'm like, you guys, it's highly unlikely. It's way more likely that he's just gone. And I'm beating myself up, because we all make mistakes with animals, right? We make mistakes and we hope that it's not fatal or not something where you actually lose an animal. And I'm like, I've done that. I've lost my animal. I took a chance. I left a door open. He squeezed under that thing. Anyway, the point is we get home. Amy steps in first and she goes, and I'm behind her. I haven't stepped in yet. She goes, oh, he's still in the house somewhere.
Banjo's definitely in the house.
He's definitely in the house. And we look, and the house has been
ransacked.
Yeah, the house has been mildly ransacked, right? So there's stuff on the floor that's been knocked over. There's a plant that's knocked over, and I breathed a sigh of relief because obviously, like you can imagine how stressed I was that my snake is gone from the house. And so it was very easy. He was just right next to the couch at that time when we walked in. We found him, but I really thought my snake was gone, and I was extremely stressed last night. So I mean, I was so stressed that I woke up in the morning and immediately went to his cage and to look for him in his hide to make sure that I wasn't dreaming that I found him. That's how sure I was that he was gone. So I dodged a bullet, and I actually don't think that he could squeeze out from that door, but you know, it's those things that make you remember that you got to be on your toes, and you can't slack with these guys, you know. But so what I told Amy is that if the door was closed and there wasn't a possibility that he could be out, I wouldn't have been worried at all. We would have looked for him for a half an hour rather than an hour and a half, and I would have said, he's around here somewhere. He'll be fine, you know. And he is. The room is snake proof. He'll knock some stuff over. That's okay. All the big plants are the pots are pasted down with museum putty, and so he's not going to do any major damage, and he didn't. He was just fine. But the fact that there was this possibility, and I got it in my brain that he's gone, he's out, that really freaked me out. So
I wasn't that worried. I was facing the door.
Still,
I was seeing him leave.
Yeah, we still don't know where he is, but what I'm going to do at some point soon is I'm going to let him out again and just follow him, because wherever he was, wherever he oh, this is Dave Kaufman calling you guys. Hang on. Dave Kaufman, you're on speakerphone on a live stream right now.
Watching it, and I just want to say that, hang on, let me mute my TV so I don't get the echo here. I just want to say that I've been to your house before, and I know you have more than one chair.
Amy should sit in a chair. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. What's going on with this?
So, Amy's on the couch with another camera on her. She just came up to tell the banjo story of how we lost Banjo, which I think I told you that story already.
Bob doesn't let me sit in chairs,
Dave. Tell you that I haven't been watching from the beginning without tell you I haven't been watching from the beginning.
Exactly. Yeah.
Dave, Bob never lets me sit in chairs. Every time I come here, I just have to stand the whole time I'm here.
What did you just say, Dave?
I said that Amy, I love the new hair. Love
Thank
that
you.
dual color.
Yeah, Amy always has good hair. It's because of her sister, Katie.
Yeah, that's pretty epic. Maybe she can do something for mine.
Everybody in the chat is saying hi, Dave. Dave, thanks for jumping in. I don't expect you to watch the whole thing. This thing's going to go on forever. The fact that you watched at this moment is great. Amy has an entire couch, by the way.
That's good. I just wanted to call and check in and let Amy know that I was looking out for her. But I'll tell you, I am going to watch a little bit more. But there's new South Park and there's new Wednesdays, and so you can't compete with that. So.
I can't wait. I can't wait to catch up on Wednesday. I haven't watched any of it yet. I'm very excited about it. But by the way, I was talking about you earlier. I was talking about the nice video that you sent me, the birthday video with you and Nori.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, thanks, pal. All right, I'll talk to you soon.
Have fun sitting, Amy. See you soon.
Thanks,
Oh, we love Dave Kaufman. I hope you guys could hear that. Anyway, Banjo's safe and sound. It was I've never lost a snake for more than 20 minutes, and it never makes me worried, but this was very stressful yesterday. So anyway, glad it worked out. All right, hang on. Now I got to scroll back up.
Only one of us can wear these glasses, and it's me. Okay, we can't both wear the glasses. Thank you.
Okay, so
don't call him Mike though.
Okay, so you've got Banjo now. Is that the deal?
You're
gonna have Banjo. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
So here, I'm gonna put there's your spot. Look at where
There's
your
my
spot
whole
is.
couch right there.
All right.
I'm just gonna stand here.
You're
now,
gonna stand
though.
behind me though,
Yep.
so we're not gonna worry about it. Okay. Nathan, thanks for the super chat. Just commenting, so you have to keep reading super chats, right? That's the thing. Yeah, because we were on this, and then we realized that we needed snakes to show. I was gonna get a super dwarf, but you know what I might do is get a. Oh, Amy, do you want to tell the story about your favorite new baby?
Well, I have two. Is it
Okay.
the one you're pulling out?
Well, it's the one. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that this is your favorite, but it's definitely one that you have a story about.
Okay, guys, this little baby. Oh, she's hissing.
She's
already.
hissing at me.
So this little baby, I've been calling her Karen. She's angry at everything. She hates everybody and everything. She's bit me twice since I've been here. And you know how Lucille has a smiley face emoji on her? This little girl has a frowny face emoji. She hates everything.
She's got a frowny face, and she's actually doing better just in the last few days because she's been handled a little bit more.
I've been socializing her.
Yeah, Amy's been doing a good job socializing her, but man, look at that frowny face, right there. I'm gonna put her back. She doesn't. I just want to show you
She's
the
so
front.
cute, though.
She's pretty freaking cute.
Very beautiful snake.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to these other super chats. Oh man, I wish Dave was here. Oh, Dave, if you're still watching this and can jump on the chat, talk about the jerky because Jen from High Viz gave you some jerky, I think, right? At the Minnesota event that we did. Katie says hi, Dave. Dave, you're getting so many messages that I'm financially benefiting from that, but they're messages for you. But I'm glad that I get the financial benefits. Jenna McKeegan, thanks for the super chat. That's very generous. I lied. Did you see that Adam is coming for Clint? No one is safe. And Patreon question number 17. No clue what the question entails. Okay. I don't know what that means that Adam's coming for Clint. I haven't been paying attention. But I'm really interested in this. Yeah, Amy, you want to find that number 17?
Question number 17 comes from Candy's Critters. It's a two-part question. I want to do choice-based handling with my snakes, who right now are always hiding. They only come out to the target for feeding. How long has it taken your shy snakes to come around to where they accept handling?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I've got a video on this, and my philosophy is that I do choice-based, but not 100%. I have other ways that I work with my snakes, and sometimes I do go in and just pick them up, whether it's with my hand or whether it's with a hook or whatever, to do a little bit of handling. And sometimes you got to do that with some snakes. So, I mean, you don't have to, but that's what I do, and it works well. So I do a combination of choice-based and sometimes not. And I try to do mostly choice-based if I can, but some snakes you're never going to see. So like Lori Torini does 100% choice-based with all her snakes, but also keep in mind that Lori Torini is awake all night. She goes to bed at like 3 o'clock in the morning and sleeps till noon. And so she is awake when her snakes are awake, and she can do that. And we're not all doing that. And I have found my results in socializing my snakes, where I do mostly choice-based, but sometimes not, my results are really good. My snakes do pretty well. So I have some videos on that, on how to deal with that. That'll help.
Candy's Critters also says, I don't recall any recent discussions about UVB, what's optimal, and whether it's different for different snake species, or even if it's required. Could you talk about that for a couple of minutes?
Yeah, so we talked about it already a little bit, but those are actually some different questions. Definitely, there's different for different species, because some species you wouldn't do shade dweller with. You would do something a little bit more powerful. But the snakes that we're talking about with boas, pythons, most snakes, the non-diurnal snakes, you would do shade dweller. So yeah, and definitely with ball pythons, it is absolutely not necessary, and I don't know that it's beneficial, but I'm not saying it's not. I just haven't seen any studies, and for the snakes that I've tried UVB with, I don't see any necessary benefit. So, but it's not going to hurt them. You
I'll
know?
put this naughty boy back, okay?
Okay.
I don't trust him to free roam.
I don't trust him to free roam when we don't have eyes on him. Next time he free roams, I want, whether you're here or not, I'm going to be watching that snake. I want to see where he was. I'm really curious because we looked
Bye, Banjo.
everywhere. We looked in places that he couldn't possibly get into. We still looked. So I have no idea. Dark Moon Dragon, thanks for the super chat. Will those GRP 3D printed snake targets be available in the merch store? Alternately, is there a pattern we can download if we have our own 3D printer? I need another target for my new boa. So no, they won't be available because these are ones that Brady, Amy's husband, did specifically for this. That was very nice. And do they just need a vector file, Amy, of my well, the target, the little round disc.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Brady would have that. And then if they want my logo, they'd have a vector file of it, right?
Brady, send me a text message if that's something that we can like send to people. Like I'll send it to Bob and Bob can send it.
Maybe we can put it up.
We'll put it in like
a file
the
on Discord,
server or something like that
for the horde or something. So
Brady says we'll work on a solution.
Okay, Brady says we'll work on a solution. Cool. All right, so we'll try to figure that out. But just so you guys know, targets in general, anything can be a target. This can be a target. So you don't have to have a thing on a stick. You don't have to have an official ball or disc on a stick or anything. You can use anything you want as a target. No, that wasn't?
No, that was your neighbor.
Oh my gosh.
Who looked at me very weirdly because I don't think
not expecting someone that looks like you to come out of my door.
Yeah.
My neighbors know what the person who comes out of that door looks like, and it wasn't you.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay. Let's see. Let me make sure I didn't skip. I don't think I did. I did skip one. Hang on. Make sure that I'm getting all these. You guys know to say something to Amy if I accidentally skip a super chat. Okay, Crisis Corpse, thanks for your super chat. I'm glad you found Banjo. I am too, thanks. My ball python Ruger went missing for 7 months before I found her. This was like 18 plus years ago. Yeah, it's real stressful when they're gone. And you know, something like a ball python, a Burmese python. Burmese pythons can be huge, but I have heard of people that lose their Burmese pythons for months. And yeah, they can be gone for a really long time. And you find, they do okay. They either don't eat for a long time or they find little rodents to eat or whatever. I heard a story of a pet store in a mall where a Burmese python did get out. It wasn't a huge one, but it wasn't a baby either. It was like, let's say medium size, maybe. That was kind of the picture that I got. And had gotten out and was gone for like 3 years. And then the store shut down and they got everything out of there and they started ripping up the carpet and they found that Burmese python much bigger than it was before under the carpet. And it had obviously had plenty of rodents because it was a reptile store. They had rodents there and mice and rats get out. So it had plenty to eat. Pretty crazy. I was not expecting to find Banjo months later, though. I figured that we would find him immediately in the house or he was gone forever outside. So now that when I look at him, though, and look at the space, I don't think he could fit himself under that door. But of course, when you're freaked out, you're thinking, yeah, of course, he's gone. He's out of here. So anyway, here we go. Amy Olson, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday, Bob. Is it possible to have a bioactive enclosure without live plants for ball pythons? I have a snake that I call an interior designer and will dig them up. Plus, I don't have a green thumb. It's hard because you need the plants to drop their leaves. Bioactive means that it's a whole ecosystem in there. You got plants that are dropping their leaves and your cleanup crew that are eating those leaves and anything that the snake, whatever little things that you didn't pick up from the snakes, they'll eat also. But if you don't have plants in there, you might not have enough bioactive material for the cleanup crew to eat, and they'll die, and then you don't have a working bioactive cage. So I would say, you know, heavy-bodied snakes do dig up plants, and Maya is the worst. And I would confidently say that Maya is worse than your ball python. But if you figure out ways to do it, like we have a planter box here, so she doesn't dig up the planter box. And then I have plants strategically planted, and I'm going to give it a few more weeks before I add any more plants to see if she goes over it. So I'm just trying to plant in places that she doesn't go. So you can sort of figure out the path that your snake takes and plant around it. Also, look at the short video that I put in when I replanted hers, because I did a thing that you can do with your ball python too, is you take your plants and put the roots and some soil in a mesh screen and tie that up. So you got this ball of soil and roots, and you plant that. That way they stay in their, you know, it doesn't completely get uprooted. So that could work. And you don't need a green thumb. You can just you're going to water your plants anyway to create humidity for your snake. So the reason people don't have a green thumb is they forget to water usually, or they have a tricky plant. I have one that I loved and I overwatered, and I think it's going to completely die because I overwatered it. So that's a problem. But plants that you would put into a cage, like a pothos, stuff like that, is going to do fine as long as you remember to water it, you know. Pioneer, thank you for the generous super chat. Okay, first, happy birthday. Thank you so much. And secondly, happy birthday. Oh my gosh, thank you for the second point that you made there. I appreciate it. I'm working and I haven't been able to join until now. I appreciate your great service you're providing to the ball python community. You're amazing. Love. Oh, it's Pepper Queen. I forget. Pepper Queen, I always forget that you're pioneer or pianoer is what it is. It's pianoer because Pepper Queen is Rebecca and she plays piano. And I always say it wrong, and I always forget that that's her. And also, P.S. Hi, Dave, because Rebecca is friends with Dave. So if he's still watching, hi, Dave, from Rebecca. I'm glad that I got all that figured out. Pianoer, that's what it is. She's a pianoer. And Rebecca, Amy tried your hot sauces today. We ate breakfast burritos, and Amy, hang on. So Amy, you like hot sauce. You like hot stuff.
Yeah, I do.
And here's my problem. Rebecca sent me 3 hot sauces. I enjoy them all. But when I told her, dude, one of those felt like a dare. That was really hot. And she was like, I don't think it's very hot. I don't think it's hot. You're into hot sauces. How did you feel after eating that one?
So I definitely had a couple minutes where I was like, I think I'm dying.
Right? It's real hot.
But it wasn't as bad as like some of the hot one sauces.
The hot ones. Also, there are some hot one sauces that don't taste good, especially Da
right.
Bomb.
And that's what I was gonna say. Like this one was really hot, but it was really delicious.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a hot sauce that was just solely designed to hurt you.
Right, exactly. So I have two that are pretty hot, one that's pretty hot, and then one that hurts.
So the one that's really hot, that was like 5 out of 5 peppers.
Yeah.
That one was the one that I was like, I might be dying. But the second, there was one that was 4 out of 5 peppers, and that one was super duper good.
Yeah, because that didn't hurt as much. And then my favorite is actually the lower heat. It's like a creamy sauce that's a coconut pepper sauce that's so good.
Also very delicious.
Anyway,
I ate I tried all 3 of them, and then I ate the rest of my burrito with the 4 out of 5 peppers.
Okay.
It's really good.
Right. This has been a commercial for Pepper Queen hot sauce.
Yes. Also, really fast, Zachariah asked you a while ago, how do you create a YouTube channel that people like? And then you didn't answer his question, and he says, I exist. Answer my question, please. You are an old man, by the way.
Wait a second. Zachariah, you can't get your question answered by saying I'm an old man. And I just want to say, Zachariah, look at this darkness right here and right here. This is not what elderly people have. They don't have dark hairs, right? So I'm not an old man. The way, Zachariah, the way you create a YouTube channel that people like is you are your authentic self, and you're a delightful young man. So if you create a channel where you are your authentic self and you just be yourself, people will like it. And you got to come up with a good concept too. My guess is that your concept that you're thinking of is something around video games. And that makes sense because a lot of people in the world like video games, especially a lot of people your age. You might be surprised to know that a lot of people your age also like video games, just like you do. That's how it's done, man. All right. Ian, thanks for the super chat. Big fans. Any chance make videos of tree boa? I have made videos technically of tree boa because I've been to the Amazon jungle and found them in the wild. And we've talked about them in the wild. Amazon tree boas and emerald tree boas. I don't keep them though, so I don't make pet videos about tree boas. I would love an emerald tree boa though, and I currently don't have one, but I would like one. But look at those videos. I did some videos for. There's probably 4, maybe 5 videos from Suriname, from a couple different trips that I took to Suriname, where we were finding emerald tree boas and Amazon tree boas in the wild, and it was awesome. Jen from High Viz says, if Brady sold the Target files, the money could be donated to Lori and the Hoarded Rescues. Hoard raises money for the hoarded. The Hoard of Keepers raises money for the hoarded snakes. That's kind of a cool idea.
I love it. Also, Brady, will you send me a text message with a thumbs up or a thumbs down as this is the side of the couch you want me to sit on? He said, can you scoot to the right side of the couch because the chat is blocking you on the television?
Wait,
Don't move that.
No, I'm moving that. I'm putting that on the, okay. That is the side that he wants you to sit on, I think.
Okay.
That's my guess, because if I put, oh, I don't know how it looks on the TV. I can only see how it looks on me. So.
When you watch it on the TV, the chat overlays on top of the video. So I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But Brandon is here and says, hi, Dad.
Oh, Brandon's here. You guys, my son, who you saw in a recent video, if you have been watching recent videos, I flew to Cincinnati and we set up his snake together. Brandon, welcome to the live stream. I'm just pouring some more Port Charlotte. For those of you who weren't here at the very beginning, I'm drinking Port Charlotte 10, an Isla Scotch, and Amy is drinking Aberfeldy, a Highland Scotch. We're both drinking Scotch, but different ones.
We're both drinking Scotch. Also, I just got a text message from none other than Mr. Dave Kaufman.
Oh, yeah?
Who said that he sent you a message and you need to check your phone.
Oh, I need to check the message. Okay, hang on.
Brady says this side.
Oh, Dave says, I'm watching on my TV and can't comment, but yes, jerky yummy. So he's talking to Jen. and High-Vis Python's jerky yummy is Dave's review of it. Dave gives, Dave has a food channel. So he gives in-depth reviews, and that's just an example. That's one example of his in-depth, well-thought-out reviews of a food. Jerky yummy. Dave Kaufman Eats the World is the name of that channel, everyone, if you want to hear any more of those in-depth reviews. Okay. Tom Netto, thanks for the super chat. Do you have a question or comment to go along with that? I appreciate that super chat, though. We'll look for it. Jalen, thanks for the super chat. Have you done collabs, or would you, with people? I've done lots of collabs with Dave Kaufman, who we were just chatting with. I've done collabs with Snake Discovery, Clint at Clint's Reptiles. I love collaborating. I've collaborated with a bunch of people. Brian Cusco. Okay. You guys, here's Willie, who made this. We've talked about this already. Willie made this with his own 2 hands and put the Green Room Pythons logo on it. Oh, wait, not there. It's hard to see, but he laser etched the logo in there. So cool. I'm drinking out of it, Willie.
It looks way better in person than it does on screen.
It's real cool.
Super
It's real
cool.
cool. And I'm drinking
Hi, Willie.
Green Room Python's coffee. Get yours today at Cold Blooded Caffeine Company.
Tom Nato says, "Happy birthday!"
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. That was from his super chat.
Yep.
Okay.
You also have one more super chat.
Lucy Oriva, thank you for the super chat. Happy birthday, Bob. Love you and your videos. Greetings from Uruguay. Also say hi to Kent from me. Thanks. Oh, that's so nice. I appreciate that. And I will say hi to Kent. Glad you're enjoying the videos. Okay. Amy, are you getting one of those super dwarfs?
Yes.
Cool. Because I was planning to do that so long ago.
Hey, put your hungry
All right.
eyes away.
We're getting to the Patreon questions. I don't know if we'll get through all of these. If we don't, we're going to do another live stream at some point. Danielle Champion says, what's your favorite new up-and-coming morph in the ball python world? I would say, she says, I don't pay attention for periods of time, and every time I come back to catch up, there's always something beautiful and wild that I haven't seen before. Same, Danielle, same. I don't pay attention all the time. I'll tell you that I don't know how, this isn't really new, but lace and white lace, I really love what it's doing, especially in clown. It's cool. But man, when I went to Justin Kabilka's place, Canova is the name, obviously, of his facility. When I went to Canova last year, I was pulling out snakes. I was like, what is this? It was amazing. Hey, little one, who is this?
That's Echo.
Oh my gosh.
Super close to your face.
Why do you put the biter?
And Stella.
Oh, you have Echo and Stella? You got them both?
Yeah, I
Wow,
did.
you're crazy.
Yep.
Here, here's the thing. Watch your whiskey because they will grab onto that glass.
Yeah. Now I can't sit down and look at.
You're just gonna hold. I think you should just stand there and hold two super dwarf free takes that are just nuts. Okay. So Amy is the super dwarf model. Who's this? Is this Stella? No. Hey, you're not in food mode though. Hi. Hi, Miss Echo. Okay. Fanged Soldier, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday from WSRF fam. Hopefully Clark is not missing for your birthday. Thanks. You know, Clark was missing this weekend, and I expect that he'll be back by next weekend. So we'll see. Not even going to explain that to those who don't get the reference.
Clark's always missing.
Clark is not always missing. He's just sometimes missing for people that
literally never met Clark.
come to that show. Well, it's a coincidence. He does a great job when he's there. Crisis Corpse, thanks for the super chat. I know you would never keep a blood python, but I wouldn't say never keep a blood python, but they're just not currently on my list. But I want to see you hold one. Next time you have the opportunity, please hold one. They are fun. I know they're awesome. I love holding them. And I will. We'll do that at a reptile show. I'll be at Tinley in October. I'm sure there will be an opportunity to hold a blood python. They're big, fat, beautiful snakes. So beautiful. I love them. Elizabeth, thanks for the super chat. Jumping in late. Happy birthday. Don't forget to hit the like button, everyone. Oh yeah, that's nice. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Is that Echo? The way you're giggling?
You have
both of them.
Stella is using Echo as a bridge to get to you.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Elizabeth. And yeah, if you guys are enjoying the live stream, hit the like. But also, you know, if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. It would be really cool if I hit 100,000 subs by my 5th year, which is December. It's December of this year, and I don't think I'm quite on track to hit that. But if I get a big push, I definitely could. We're over 90,000. So it's kind of a big push to get to 100 by December, but it could happen. So if you're not subscribed, it's a nice birthday thing to do. Who do I even have? I don't even know who I have. Stella? Echo. Wait, let me look.
I
it up.
have Echo.
You have Stella.
I have Echo.
I gotta look at the headstand.
You
I
have
can't tell.
Stella. I have Echo.
Okay. All right. Great. Perfect. Here's the situation right here.
Echo,
You're on
can't
you're on camera right now.
you can't grab the microphone.
That's the situation. We're doing a whole super dwarf scenario here. Okay, now I'm taking
Shenanigans.
super dwarf shenanigans. Not for long. I'm not doing this. This is active handling right now. Okay, we got Elizabeth. There we go. Katie, thanks for the super chat. Make sure and ask the chat my Patreon. Katie, I don't know what this means. Make sure and ask the chat my Patreon.
Her Patreon question.
Do you mean your Patreon question?
Yes.
There is a question in here that you're saying to ask the chat. I was just going to answer it. But where is it? Let's see. You had a couple. Hang on.
Echo.
Maybe it's towards the back. I don't know where it is. I did see it on here, though. I don't know where it is. Say what it is, Katie, because maybe it wasn't yours. Maybe it was somebody else's that said, ask the chat this question. Willie, you found a snake at the beach today. What kind of snake was it? I'm guessing it was a little gopher snake. That's pretty cool. At the beach. I've never found a snake at the beach before. Okay. Stella stopped moving for a moment. Don't let Echo get into the ukulele. She was heading that way.
You can't see her.
I know.
You don't have a screen.
There we go. David would like Patreon question number 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, it's a 3-part question.
Okay. Thanks for the super chat, David.
This is from Aaron Thomas.
Okay.
The baby I got from you, baby Nix, is becoming my favorite out of all of my snakes, and I really think it has to do with you handling her since she hatched. Most breeders do not put in the effort you do, and it shows. I'd like to get another from you, so I'm curious of what might be coming up in the future.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Nix is a sweet snake. Nix was with me for a long time. That is one of Damara's babies. And that baby started off as very defensive, very bitey. I've been bit by that snake a number of times. And by the time she got to Aaron, she was good. And I was crossing my fingers that she really was, because you never know what happens in between from the time that you ship the snake and it lands in its new home. That travel could be stressful for them. You just never know. And it turns out that this snake has been really good. So I'm happy to hear that. I've got some stuff. So here's the thing. I've had some rough luck with clutches this season. I thought that I was going to have more babies than I've ever had before, and it still might be like that, but I've had some rough clutches. Molly Malone gave me another clutch of slugs. That's 3 clutches that I've had from Molly Malone. We have 1 baby from them. She gave me a clutch of slugs the first year. She gave me slugs, but 1 good egg the second time I tried to breed her. And then this year it was all slugs again. So that was that. I was out of town and got a clutch from both Anya and Lydia Dietz. They were pretty desiccated when I got to them because they didn't have enough humidity. My fault. And I didn't think that Lydia was ready to lay that early, so I hadn't bumped her humidity a ton before I left. I did bump Anya's humidity, but she kicked out a bunch of eggs. So she wasn't on them on her humid nest. They had kind of rolled. And so they were a little desiccated. My guess is that they laid the day that I left. The morning I left really early in the morning. They probably laid that morning. And so they sat on them for like 4 days. Anyway, my whole point is this. Out of Anya's eggs, we only have 4 that are good. She laid 8. And out of Lydia's, 1. So it's such a bummer. She laid 5. We have 1 that is incubating right now. The good news is Tiger Lily laid her clutch of eggs the other day, and that was a great clutch of 5 good eggs that are currently in the incubator, and that is the first snake that hatched out of the green room to grow up and lay a clutch of eggs. So this is the 2nd generation of green room pythons snakes, and I'm very excited about that. So that's happening, but we have who else is set to lay at some point this season? Freya is going to lay pretty soon. That's Freya and the inspector. So we'll get some banana. I'm watching this snake, whoever this is, Stella, as she leaves. So we'll get some banana calico with a whole bunch of other genes in that clutch. We've got Delilah. We'll get some freeways from Delilah, and we've got Willow that we'll get some. So we've got a bunch of freeways potentially coming later this season. So we still have a lot that we could have, but we had a few clutches that were disappointing, unfortunately.
Okay, Erin also says, if you had to pick a favorite snake out of all of your snakes, which one would it be and why?
That's a pretty common question. Real tough. It's tough to pick a favorite snake because I wouldn't say that I love them all equally. I have favorites within the genre of snake or the species of snake. The way I always answer that is that if I could only have one species, it would be a super dwarf retic. That's my favorite species. But that's not to say that I love Echo and Stella more than Damara, my ball python, or Tiger Lily, my ball python, or Banjo and Maya, my black-headed pythons. I will also say that a scrub python is very quickly becoming a favorite. Also, Douglas just turned a year old, and he's nowhere near an adult yet. So I don't know how he's going to be in the next couple of years, but he's since you walked away, there we go. But I really love
Okay, guys, I think we're gonna say goodbye to Echo now.
Yeah, is she being crazy?
She's being bonkers.
Okay, well, and Stella just left, so maybe we'll say goodbye to her too.
Bye to the Shenanigans sisters.
The Shenanigans sisters, I love it. All right, and then Stella is kind of making her way slowly down the hall, so you can grab her whenever. All right, so
Erin also says, where can I buy F10? Amazon is giving me problems.
Oh yeah, just get chlorhexidine. It's as good. Chlorhexidine is fine and usually available on Amazon. Always available on Amazon from what I've found. F10 is more of a pet, like pet keepers and breeders use F10 a lot. But if you ask a veterinarian about F10, they don't even know what it is. They know chlorhexidine. But it's the same. It's not the same stuff, but it's all veterinary grade disinfectant that works as well as either one. So the vet stuff is chlorhexidine. The breeder and pet keeper stuff is F10. It doesn't matter what you get. Chlorhexidine is more readily available. So I don't really have a preference. I get both and have both. But they're not the same stuff, so don't intermix them. Like you use them, look at the directions and dilute them appropriately based on what that is. Okay.
Stella's completely wrapped around your little setup here, by the way.
Okay, that's cool. Just go with whatever she's doing, I guess. All right. AU Farm Diva, that is Red Sonja. Bob, you aren't old. We are both younger than Dave. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I think Dave and I are close to the same age. I don't know how old you are. We're pretty close to the same age, though. I'll tell you this: Dave has much more luxurious hair than I do. I might have a more epic beard than Dave has, but he's got luxurious black hair, which I don't have. So, thanks for that super chat, Red Sonia. Brett, thanks for the super chat. The stream is distracting me from studying the CPA exam. So here's some cash because that's kind of accounting related. Also, hi, Amy. Brett, thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Hi, Brett.
I got to tell you, I think anything would distract me from studying a CPA exam. So if there's anything else going on in the room, that's what I'm going to be distracted by instead of a CPA exam. But that's great that you're doing that. It's not something that my brain would wrap around at all. Thanks for the cash. I appreciate you doing a CPA related thing for green room pythons. Jalen, thanks for the super chat. Can I see one of your biggest snakes? Yeah. I'm going to show you one of my biggest snakes right now. One of my biggest snakes. We're going to use this camera. Here, I'll put this camera on while I adjust it, and then I have a story to tell about one of my biggest snakes. There's Amy. Okay, so let's just flip this around. The right there, and then I'll move this way. Here we go. Actually, you know what? I didn't even need to flip that around. I'm going to flip it back because it's better if I see the screen. Okay. Sorry, everyone, but say hi to Amy again. There we go. Okay.
Hi, guys.
Now we're going to move the camera this way. So one of my biggest snakes is Damara. She's a ball python, and she's a very large ball python. Most of yours won't ever get this big. And she is right there. Hang on. Is this? Okay. So you guys can see her well enough. You see her in that in the empty cage with the water bowl. So that is a large black box hide that's just pushed under a shelf. And there is here. I'm gonna come over here. Hi, everybody. This shelf. There's literally just a couple inches in between this right here, and she squished herself right there. That's got to be an inch and a half or 2 inches. She is way bigger than an inch and a half or 2 inches. And 3 days ago, I let her free roam in there. Hi, I'm back. 3 days ago, I let her free roam in there, and she went into that cage and immediately found that place to squish herself. And so I just went, okay, well, she can spend the night there. I'll just give her water. It's fine. We're on day 3. So she found a great spot to be, and she's clearly happy there. I was telling Amy today that I could have left the door open. She's not trying to roam. Like, she just wants to be squished in there. And the fact that she's a big fat ball python. I could like force that hide out, try to slide it out and get her, but I'll just wait till she comes out on her own. She's got water if she wants water. The only thing that cage is missing is humidity. So she's not in her optimum humidity, but it's fine. She's not in shed or anything right now. And that's where she wants to be. Snakes are very comfortable squished, like squeezed into something tight. And when I say snakes, I'm talking about ball pythons. There are other species also, but ball pythons especially like to really squeeze themselves. So to your question though, Jalen, you wanted to see, I can't pull her out of there. And my other biggest ball python, who's close to her size, is Kata, and she's deep in shed right now. Let me just double check this situation. Yeah, Kata's all pink. Freya would be the next one, but she's ready to lay eggs, so I can't pull her out. Who do I have that's anywhere close to those snakes? The two that are close to those snakes just laid eggs, so they're not even that big. We're going to go with Delilah. Delilah would not be in this category normally, but because nobody else is available. Hi, Mama. There's Delilah. Delilah's pretty big. And she's working on some eggs this year, but she's not close. So and we love Delilah. She's a really cool lady. There we go. So I don't know how long Damara is going to be in there. We're going to feed. So So she's been Damara has been pretty food crazy lately. And we're going to feed a couple snakes, I guess, tomorrow, because I didn't even get rats out today. So we're not going to feed them tonight. We're going to feed them tomorrow. And my guess is that when she smells rodent in the room, she'll come out looking for food, and then I'll put her back. Jalen's next super chat. Thanks for that. Best place for genetic and sex of snakes. That would be RGI, Rare Genetics. You send them a shed, a little piece of a shed about the size of a quarter, and they will, for $20 or $25, I think, something like that, they will tell you the sex of your snake and different prices based on what you want for genetic testing. You know, they can do a full panel, or you can say just test for this morph or these several morphs, whatever. And there's a buy one, get one free for green room pythons. So just tell them when you send in the shed, it's the buy one, get one free if you have two tests that you want them to do. Mike, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday, Bob. My first live chat with you. Love your channel. Thanks for what you do. Great advice. I have 4 ball pythons, and your advice really helps. Oh, that's great. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that, man. Welcome to the live stream. I'm glad you made one. Thanks so much. Red Sonia, Bob, I'm 1 year older than you, and I have better hair. Just saying. You do, Red Sonia. You have a lovely head of red hair. It would be very unfortunate if your hair was similar to mine, which is completely bald. Thanks for that super chat. Okay, next Patreon question. We're on number 2, Amy. Patreon question number 2.
Okay.
I'll let you do your thing.
This is from Phil.
Yeah.
I've got a corn snake coming Tuesday along with some extra small mice. What is the largest size I will be looking at, and can I switch to rats? I've heard corn snakes only like mice.
I wouldn't say that's true. Corn snakes eat rats, mice, quail. In the wild, they eat lizards. They'll eat all kinds of stuff. And I'm guessing what you're asking is what's the largest rodent they're going to eat? And I don't keep corn snakes, but my guess is going to be like a large mouse / possibly a weaned rat. Weaned might be too big. It might be it's going to depend on the size of your individual snake, but it might be a rat pup, maybe weaned. Those of you that have corn snakes, adult corn snakes, put in the chat what you're feeding them. What's the largest thing a corn snake will eat?
Since you just said rat pup, I would like to inform you that Emmy, my mom's favorite child that's not actually my mom's child, was getting her nails done by Katie, and I got a text message from Katie saying that she thought you were talking about rat puffs, like some sort of like Cheeto puffs or something like that, but rat flavored. She was like, "What are rat puffs?"
Right, that is not what we're talking about. Unfortunately, we're talking about something much darker, which is an actual rodent, which is sad. A young rodent, but it's the circle of life.
It is.
Okay, so here, let's see. We're going like that. Jalen, thanks for the super chat. You're the winner of the most super chats. Just an extra tip for being helpful. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Let's see. All right, Amy, I guess we're on number 3. Are we on number 3?
Yeah. This one is from Crisis Court.
Mm-hmm.
She says, "Happy birthday, Bob. How did you and Dave meet? And who out of the 2 of you is the worst influence? I find you guys hilarious when you team up."
Oh, thanks. That's a great question. And Dave did not. I wonder if he's still watching. I bet he's not. He's probably watching Wednesday at this point. Dave thought that we met first at the Pomona Reptile Show. No, he thought that we met at Snake Discovery, but we did not. We did meet at the Pomona Reptile Show. That was the first time we met. And But we hung out more when we met the next time at Snake Discovery. And who is the worst influence? It's definitely Dave is the worst influence. Am I easily influenced? No, not necessarily, but Dave has the worst ideas. So
I don't know.
that's what I'll say about that.
I've always said, and Willie will back me up on this. Actually, Willie might not, but Tara will. Never, ever, ever go to a reptile show with Bob Bledsoe, because he will encourage you to buy everything that you like at the reptile show.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I will say that I am maybe, depending on your perspective here, I might be a bad influence with regard to purchasing cool reptiles at a reptile show. Or am I a great influence? I think I'm a great influence at that. But as far as just bad ideas, Dave's it's Dave. He's not even watching right now because he'd be texting me. Oh, he did text me a while back and he says, "Hi, Pepper Queen." So Rebecca, Dave is saying hi to you. That was from 26 minutes ago. But since I'm not currently getting a text from him, he's not watching this.
Katie Clark earlier.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Because I just clicked on this.
Okay.
It's okay. I just clicked on the super chat from Jalen. My ball python is 5 months and 140 grams. Is adult mice too big? No. An adult mice. I mean, a jumbo mouse might be a little bit. I'm just trying to think. But an adult mouse, no. I'd go to rat pups though, for sure. On that, especially at 5 months old, 140 grams. I'd bump it up a little bit. That's a pretty small snake for 5 months. Just to put that in perspective, I think most babies that are fed like weekly and bumped up normally, 140 grams is about 2 to 3 months. I'd say 3 months. So it's not, they're not way behind or anything, but you could bump that up. And then another one from Jalen real quick. It ate it well, but just want to be sure. Okay. Don't worry about it. If you feed a snake something that takes them longer than 10 minutes to swallow, you've fed them something that's too big. But remember, they're in the wild. They're taking small things, big things, all kinds of stuff. We're just trying to feed them ideal nutrition that's not going to tax their system very much, So, but definitely make sure to bump that up when you need to so that your snake doesn't stay small.
Okay, so earlier Katie Clark was asking to make sure that we read her Patreon question. It's actually not really. It's kind of sort of a question. It's more of a poll, really. Just commenting to tell you how awesome and entertaining you are, and I'm wondering how many people in the live chat agree with me.
Oh, that's very nice.
So if you agree with Katie, pop a thumbs up.
Okay.
In the live chat.
That's really nice. So that's what she was saying. Make sure you read my question. That's what it was. Okay. That's very nice. Thanks for finding that. There were a lot of Patreon. When I asked for the Patreon questions, I always go and I ask the Horde of Keepers. I say, put your questions here. There were a lot of people that just said happy birthday and things like that probably didn't make it onto the sheet. Maybe a couple things did, but a lot of those didn't necessarily make it onto the sheet because they're just talking to me, and I acknowledge and have thanked them for that. But that was very nice. Okay, what's the next one, Amy?
Damian Miller says, "Hi, Bob. What
Hi,
would
Damien.
be your top 3 picks for new pythons to add to the green room?"
Oh, that's a good question. Boland's python, for one. If someone wants to gift me a Boland's python for my birthday, I would happily accept. And that is I would say $9,000 to $12,000 snake. And so there's got to be some rich person. There's 230 people watching right now. Come on, there's got to be somebody that can afford that for a nice birthday gift for me. Boland's python, number 1. Not real practical though at this point. More practical, and I'm sure there will be one at some point, would be a rough scale python. Would love a rough scale python. Have not done it yet. if somebody wants to gift me a rough scale python, that'd be great also. And then a third one, you know, my favorite species of carpet python is a diamond python, and I'd love to have a diamond. So I think those would be my 3 go-to python species. I'm going to go to super chat real quick. Elijah, thanks for the super chat. How do I get the humidity up in a cage with paper? So you can use a humidity box. You can use a sponge in the corner. I don't know how big the cage is. If you're talking about a quarantine tub that's small, you can use a sponge or sphagnum moss that you keep wet. If it's just a cage, it's hard to do that sometimes. So come on, why isn't this moving? So a humidity box, humidity hide would be the thing to do. I like to have substrate though in the cages. If it's not a quarantine tub, I like to have substrate because you can mix the water in and get the humidity up. Okay, hang on, Amy. I think there's one more. Hold on a second. I'm losing my place is what's
There's
happening.
actually 2 more. You got another one from Jalen and then one from Northland Serpents.
Okay. Got from Petco 3 weeks ago, but I will go up on food. Okay, yeah, it's fine. If it's only 3 weeks in, don't even worry about it. You're doing good. Feed that snake what it's used to eating right now for a few meals. It sounds like you're doing just fine with that snake. And then Northman Serpents, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday, Bob. Are you coming up to Spokane for the expo in September? Also, thank you for the inspiration to start this YouTube channel. Hope to work with you one day. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic that you started a YouTube channel. I won't be in Spokane for the expo in September. I may be in Spokane for a Renaissance fair in October, though. But that's great. Congrats on your channel. I want to say Tonally Dawn.
I would say Tony Ladon.
That's better. Tony Ladon. Tony Ladon, thanks. Oh, I think Tony had a super chat earlier. My new python, Jade, 2 years old, is in her first shed with me. We skipped last week's meal. She is still in shed. Should we skip again this week? Sure. You could skip, or, you know, with some snakes, I usually don't try to feed my snakes when they're in shed. It doesn't matter. You can, like, don't feel like you don't have to, but you can try. And if they'll eat, they'll eat. But I like to, you know, I think it's good to give them a break and skip. But the point is, you can skip the entire week, or you can just wait till they shed and then feed them that night or the next night or something, you know, whatever you want. But keep in mind that snakes don't, in the wild, they're not eating on a schedule. So if you're off schedule, if they don't eat for a little bit, that's fine. You know, and I think it's healthy for them to skip when they're in shed. So that's why I don't even offer at that time. Amy, when you say bet he won't notice, I noticed that comment. I noticed that comment.
That was so close.
What do you even?
Nothing.
What is it? Now I got to scroll up. Come on. Azara says, "What are the chances he catches that?" Hang on. I'm in investigator mode.
You should have just stayed silent.
What is it? Nobody tell Bob. The light just shut off on my face. Oh, we're putting that. Hang on, we're plugging that thing in. Where's the plug? Oh, it's on my phone. That's going right back in your face. You don't think I notice things? Guess what? Bam. Light right in your face.
So bright.
The thing is, it's so dark in that Amy hates that I put shined lights. That's a lot of light in her face, and she still looks dark. She still looks dark.
He said, "This light isn't doing a lot." And I was like, well, we should turn it off because it's really bright. And then he turned it off and he was like, no, it's so dark.
It's too dark. Yeah.
But then it died.
We got to have it on. Jalen, thanks for the next super chat. Everyone subscribe to the channel now. Very helpful. Yes. Hit subscribe if you haven't. A lot of people watch my videos regularly and they don't realize that they're not subscribed. YouTube just feeds them my videos because they click on them. But if you subscribe, it helps. Let's see. Okay. So we got that. Okay. So Amy, what's our next Patreon question?
Our next Patreon question is from Nathaniel Willie. Maybe, yeah, Willie.
I'm getting Ron out, by the way, because he's right here.
My little mischievous noodle has gotten some smooch on her face. How do I clean that? Or should I leave it maybe?
Just wipe it off.
Just wipe it off.
Just wipe it off. No
Easy
big deal.
peasy.
I have chlorhexidine or F10 wipes. I use dry wipes that I just get from Amazon, and I mix chlorhexidine or F10 in there. Those are veterinary grade disinfectants, and it's safe for animals. So even on a face, I have it diluted properly. Even on a face, I can. In fact, I was doing that with Max. He's got some stuff on his face that I wasn't able to get off. I can't figure out what it is, but I figured out that it's not like scale rot or something. It's something that he got on his face. I have no idea how he got it or what it is, but it did not come off easily. And I'm not too worried about it because it'll come off in his next shed. So, but anything that's easily wipe offable, you know, they get a lot of times, and you'll see it on snakes that are white, leucistic snakes. They'll take a rat and then all of a sudden they'll have blood on them. You just wipe that off. No big deal. What else you got?
Jess Fox has a few questions.
Oh, let's hear it.
Are there any behavioral studies on captive snakes that you've found especially useful or compelling?
Yeah, you know, there are not a lot of studies on snakes, period, whether captive or in the wild. The one that I really liked and I did a video on was the one that Morgan Skinner led that got some press in the New York Times, which was cool. And that was on juvenile ball pythons, finding that they typically prefer to hang out together than on their own, which totally makes sense for an evolutionary survival standpoint. I thought that was really interesting. I find things with my own snakes when I free roam them together, and that's when, you know, if they're adults, it's females. So like Ron, if Ron free roams, he's by himself. I'm not free roaming him with other. This is Ron, by the way, for those who don't know. I'm not free roaming Ron with other adult males because they'll combat each other. They look at each other as rivals, and I don't want him with other females because the breeding behavior will happen. And actually, combat is also a type of breeding behavior because they're competing for females. But so juvenile snakes of any sex can roam together in like a playpen, and then my adult females can roam together. And I find social behavior with the adult females. They will oftentimes follow each other around. They'll end up in one spot in the room. I have individual snake hides, plenty, more than enough for every snake that I might have out at once. They could find their own hide if they wanted to. And oftentimes my adult females tend to curl up in the same spot. Man, Ron's really wrecking my hat. They'll curl up in the same spot. It's not a spot in the house that's necessarily warmer. It's just that they all are just piled up together, you know, and there's many spots that they could be. So it's interesting. Not an official study, but it's interesting behavior that most keepers don't see because they don't have multiple snakes that they're free roaming at once. What I do is a little bit unusual, and I don't expect other people to do that. I always want to say that the fact that I free roam my snakes in a room that's safe for them to free roam, I realize not everybody has that situation, and I'm not saying that you should necessarily do that. It's just what I do with my snakes, and it's cool. Yes, Amy.
You have 3 more questions from Jeff Fox before you start addressing super chats.
Okay. All right. Let's hear those questions from Jeff.
Jess
From Jess Fox.
Jess Fox.
Yes.
What's one video idea you haven't done yet but really want to?
I have this idea, and I'm probably going to do it soon if I can pull it off. But I want to do a video of going from an egg all the way to shipping that snake to their new owner. So it's tough. It's going to be tough to do. I want to do it with Freya when she lays. I'm going to have her maternally incubate, and I want to mark the egg and really hope that I can track which snake came out of that egg, and then track everything until we ship it to its new owner. Or maybe it's a snake that I'll end up keeping, but the odds are that I won't, because I usually keep one snake out of every clutch. But I really want to do that. It's a tricky one though, because you never know if it's going to work. That tracking which snake came out of which egg is going to be tough. So so what I'm thinking is that it's going to be the top egg, the one that I can see, the snake's coiled around. I can see this one egg, right? I'm going to put an X on it. And then I've got to be there when they're pipping and hopefully see that snake's head so I can take a picture of it and know the head stamp, and then be able to track it when it crawls out and go, this snake is definitely the one that crawled out of that egg. So anyway, tough to do, but we're going to try it for the first time with Freya's clutch. Hopefully it works. If it doesn't, we'll try it with another one. Great question.
What is the most surprising behavior you have observed in one of your snakes recently?
So this one, we talked about this in the last live stream because it happened minutes before my live stream. And that was with Maya, who's in this cage. We're not seeing Maya because she's deep in shed right now in a hide. But Maya is my big black-headed python. And she, before my live stream last month, she was crawling out of the cage and going up on the top. She often free roams. And I just touched her back like I always do. And she whipped around and curled up and essed up and hissed at me with an open mouth. I've never seen her do anything close to that before, defensive. She's never been defensive. And she just went crazy. And it really worried me. And if you watched that last live stream, or if you were with me on that last live stream, I ended up working with her a little bit during the live stream because I was worried about it. And she ended up being fine. Since then, she did it one other time where I startled her and she did that, like she doesn't know what's going on all of a sudden, and she's kind of freaking out a little bit. She's never acted like that before. She's a 5-year-old black-headed python, and snakes sometimes change their behavior. Sometimes things happen and their behavior changes. She's done that twice now. The first time she did it, I thought maybe there's something physically wrong with her. I touched her back, maybe it hurt, and now I think that that's just something that she's starting to do. She's starting to occasionally get startled, and I've got to be a little bit more careful with her. But man, she's never struck at me. She's never been defensive other than whipping around, curling up and doing this like almost cobra thing. She's got an open mouth and she's hissing. It was nerve-wracking the first time I saw it, but it's actually really cool to see that behavior. Like it's impressive, so.
Have you ever introduced a new enrichment item that went completely wrong?
I wouldn't say completely wrong, but there's a couple things. Number one, can I show one for an example? Hang on a second. I want to give an example for those who may not know what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, I got one right here. This is a really common thing that people want to get for an enrichment thing, because it seems really cool for a snake, and it is in some cases. This is a ball. It's called a holy roller ball, and it's made for dogs. This company, whatever that company is, JW, I don't know what that is, but you can get them at pet stores or you can get them off Amazon. They come in different sizes. It's a holy roller ball. Here's my problem with it. Here's why I don't think it's great for all snakes. Baby snakes crawl in this. They go like this. They crawl in and the ball rolls and it freaks them out. So it's not the best thing. Now, if you have it nestled in some substrate where it'll stay still and not roll, it's fine. But they could get some more leverage by crawling on top of it and then pull it and it rolls and it freaks them out. So that's where things could go wrong with the holy roller ball, which is a really common thing that people want to give to their snakes. I will say that there was a feeder item that went really wrong with Maya. We'll talk about Maya one more time because I've never seen this response from Maya except when I've tried to feed her slug eggs. So a slug egg is an infertile egg that a ball python lays. Black-headed pythons are known for eating eggs in the wild. They'll eat them, no problem. So a few years ago, I think 3 years ago, I had a slug egg from a snake and I offered it to Maya. She crawled up to it, tongue flicked on it, and then actively ran away. I had never seen her afraid of something where she runs away before. The next year, I had another slug egg and I thought, well, let me try and offer it to her again. She had the exact same reaction. So for some reason, there's something with slug eggs. I've never offered her like any other kind of normal egg before, but there's something about them that really freaks her out. So interesting.
Okay, you have a lot of super chats to catch up on.
Cool. Here we go.
Starting with Mike Wilson.
Mike Wilson, your opinion on ASFs? I have easy access. They're great. These are African soft furs. People used to say that they are the ball python's natural meal in the wild, and that's why they really love them so much. They're not at all. They don't live in the ball python's range. There's no wild ball python that's eating ASFs. However, there's something about the scent that triggers a feed response. And ball pythons that are off food oftentimes will get back on food. Here, I'm going to put this on me since you're getting up.
Okay.
The camera just saw you do that whole thing.
I know.
The camera just saw you fail.
Yep.
I mean, everybody saw you fail because the camera was on you.
Great.
So anyway, if your ball python is off food and you can get a hold of an African soft fur, that will probably get them back on food. Don't know why, because it is not their meal in the wild, but they're great. And if you have easy access to them, perfect. I don't think it's ideal for breeders to feed ASFs to the snakes that they're going to sell to other people, because not everybody has access to them. They're illegal in California. So if I buy a snake that's only on ASFs and not on rats or mice, I'm going to have a hard time feeding that snake. So if the breeder is feeding their personal breeder snakes ASFs, that's great. It's good nutrition. The snake will eat them. But the babies that they're selling to other people should not be hooked on African soft furs, because most people, I don't think African soft furs are available readily to most people in the US, but in some areas they are. Crisis Corpse, thanks for the super chat. How rare is paradoxing in ball pythons? Are there any ball python morphs you know of that are higher chance of having paradoxing occur? Been meaning to ask this out of curiosity. Amy, can you, instead of grabbing Handsome Dan, can you grab Willow?
Yeah. Real
quick for this question, and then we'll try to get Handsome Dan. I think with him though, you just got to get a hook and take his hide off. Because he's coming out. So he'll be able to come out. So we're going to show Willow as a example of paradoxing. So for those who don't know, paradoxing is something that happens to the phenotype of a ball python. That's what the ball python looks like, to the pattern and color, that can't be attributed to a morph, right? So just something weird happened, and it's not genetic. So the snake isn't going to pass it on to its babies, but it's just a really different weird thing that happens. And you're asking how common is it, or how rare is it? It's not super rare. Those of us who breed ball pythons see paradoxing. I've seen little spots of paradoxing before. We have Willow here, who is tons of paradoxing. Okay, so Willow's really interesting because she is a spot nose, orange dream, freeway, maybe something else I don't remember, but basically spot nose, orange dream, freeway, tons of paradoxing. So basically this is what would be her normal brightness, right? And her head would be the normal brightness. Everything else looks like she's in shed, right? It looks like almost hypo, but more than hypo. It's super light, right? And then that little bit on her neck is bright. And then her head is also not symmetrical. Usually a head stamp is relatively symmetrical. So this whole snake is paradox, really cool. We're breeding her this year and hoping to get some cool babies, but this paradoxing is not a gene that'll pass on to her babies. There's no reason for me to think that any of her babies will have any paradoxing. They could just by chance, but not because their mom had it, So anyway, we'll put her back because she's working on some eggs.
She was upside down in a perfect circle when I found her. By the
Oh
way.
my gosh, she was upside. So she's building those follicles.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's get her back to doing that. Poor girl. She's not even off food yet. She's still eating food. She's becoming a big girl. So, and as far as morphs that have a higher chance of paradoxing, not that I know of. I've never heard of that before. That doesn't mean that there's not. It would be interesting to hear from someone who's like a big breeder that's working with tons of morphs to say, yeah, I see it often in such and such, but I haven't heard of that. So that's all I can say to that. Good question though. Paradoxing is really interesting to me. I love seeing a snake that has paradox, but I've hatched out other snakes. Like I hatched out a banana ball python that had what looked like a bruise on her side. I thought it was a bruise, and it turned out that it was just paradoxing, and it was just a dark spot, like a black spot on her side. That was kind of interesting. Do you want a hook for Handsome Dan?
Yeah.
Try to get that snake out. How about this one right here? There you go.
Thanks.
We're gonna get Handsome Dan out. Here we go. Next one from Elizabeth. Thanks for this super chat, Elizabeth. Question for Floridians in the chat. I have a trip planned for golf coming up, and I'm seeing articles about flesh-eating bacteria. Should I cancel? Thanks for letting me ask on your platform, Bob. Yeah, because there's probably Floridians here. Put it in the chat, you guys. I'm not going to see it because I'm pretty far behind in the chat, but hopefully Elizabeth is watching. What is the deal with flesh-eating bacteria? I'm worried about that too. I don't have a trip to Florida planned, but I find myself there pretty often. So I need to look into that. I haven't even heard of that yet. Tony, thanks for the super chat. Or Tunnelly. I bet it's Tunnelly.
I bet it's Tony Ladon.
Tony Ladon. That's right. Tony Ladon. So it is Tony. Okay. How do snakes handle you messing with their eggs? I think that it has to do with what your relationship is with the snakes. I have a good relationship with all my snakes. They're all my pets. And so I handle them a lot. They free roam a lot. They know me really well. So I see snakes that in like a big breeder operation, they've got to be really careful about their, snakes striking when they're pulling eggs. And I do use a hook with my snakes, especially like with Tiger Lily. It was her first clutch. I didn't know how she was going to react. It turns out that she was just fine. All my snakes I don't think I've ever been struck at while I'm removing eggs from a snake. I will say, I think I talked about this in the last live stream, if I remember right, because I think it happened right before the last live stream. I was messing with Freya's nest. She still hasn't laid eggs. I thought she was really close to laying like a month ago, and she still hasn't laid. But I was messing with her nest. I was putting sphagnum moss in and giving humidity and stuff. And she struck at me, but it was a bluff strike. She just bumped me with her nose. And she never has done that defensively before.
No,
So this was like, she's a mama. She's on her nest. She doesn't want me messing with it. And she didn't bite me. I think, she totally could have bit me, but I think she knows me and was like, hey, let me just get him out of here without putting my teeth in his skin. That's what I would like to think was going through Freya's mind when she did a bluff strike and just hit. She actually made contact. She hit me with her nose, like, get out of here, which I thought was cool. Handsome Dan, everyone. The Green Room Python's mascot, the only boa in the green room.
Hey, this is not the right hat for this.
I know, he's going to completely crush that felt hat.
And
That's
my
okay.
glasses.
It's a crushable hat. Crisis Corpse, thanks for the super chat. I have a Paradox Blue-Eyed Lucy. That's great. That's cool, because a Blue-Eyed Lucy is all white. So if you've got some paradoxing in there, I bet that's interesting. A little bit of patterning in a snake that's supposed to be all white. That's cool. Okay, Amy, what's our next?
We're on page 2, you guys.
Come on, really?
Somehow.
Somehow we got to page
I have
2.
no idea
the
how we got to page 2,
Patreon
but
comments?
we did it.
All right.
Okay. Billy Bones says, "What's your music taste like, and what are your music listening habits? Who are your favorite bands or artists? Happy birthday, Bob and Kent."
Where did I put my clipboard?
It was
Like-
on a rolling table.
Oh, I
that you
pushed the rolling
wheeled
table all the way
into
into the hall.
into the hall.
So I saw this question, and I knew that I never on the spot can remember who I listened to. So I wrote it down.
Handsome Dan.
So first of all, what I always say is Punch Brothers. Punch Brothers are a great bluegrass band, but they're not. It's not bluegrass music. It's just bluegrass pieces, and they're incredible. Roger Clyne and the Peacemakers I listen to all the time. I used to be, back in the 90s, I was a big fan of the Refreshments, and which is like 90s sort of almost punk, but they were a little bit different rock band. And Roger Clyne and the Peacemakers is the Refreshments with one different guy, but it's completely different music. And if you live in Arizona, you know them really well, because they're a Arizona band that has a massive following right there. I enjoy all genre of music. I like hip hop music. I don't listen to it all the time, but I love the new stuff that like Snoop Dogg and Eminem and Ice Cube are doing. I think I mentioned Pete and Baz in a live stream a while back. Pete and Baz are rappers from the UK that are like 70 years old. Just look them up. They're like, you're not going to believe me when I say this if you haven't heard them before, but they're good. I just saw that Riley popped in. Hey, Riley. Good to see you, man. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for being here, bud. That I like heavy metal. I grew up on heavy metal. I was a big Iron Maiden fan, Ozzy, all that stuff, and I still like that stuff when it comes on. And the grunge era, I enjoyed Nirvana and Pearl Jam, stuff like that. As far as new stuff, I love, if Falling in Reverse ever has a new music video come out, I watch it because it's ridiculously epic. And even though I've never bought like a Falling in Reverse album before, that guy is insanely talented if you can handle rap mixed with metal, mixed with death metal, because he does all of it, and it all in one song, and it's really incredible. Amy, I showed you a Falling in Reverse video today.
It was really good.
Crazy though, right?
Yeah.
Like, it was nuts.
It was nuts.
The videos visually are...
The music was awesome.
Yeah.
The music video was intense.
Yeah.
Epic.
Right.
It was really good.
Yeah.
Sorry, Handsome Dan.
Yeah, look
I
up
moved my glasses.
Look up Falling in Reverse, you guys. Because that is crazy stuff. Okay, good question. Oh, what else you got, Amy?
I have a question for you from Paul Seibel.
Oh, yeah.
Do snake teeth grow as the snake grows, or do they just get more of them? An adult ball python mouth is considerably larger than a hatchling's mouth. Inquiring minds want to know. Happy birthday. But Allison says, maybe I can piggyback on this, because as my baby ball python grows, I've been wondering if his scales are going to get bigger, or if he's just going to get more scales of the same size.
Great questions. I can tell you with all certainty that the scales will get bigger. The scale count on a snake stays the same. The scales get bigger. I'm guessing that that's the same with teeth. I'm almost positive that's the same with teeth, because snakes lose their teeth and they grow them back. They often break their teeth and the teeth grow back. So I can almost for certain say that the teeth count is the same when they're a baby versus adult, but I don't know that for sure. I do know that the scale count is, though. Good question. I'm going to do a super chat real quick.
Okay, great.
And we'll get on to the next one. Mike, thanks for the super chat. So ball pythons can get stuck on ASFs. How can you break it? It's tough. Ball pythons can get stuck on anything. And that's why ball pythons are picky eaters. And it's also why we say don't try to feed them reptilinks. Don't try to feed them quail. First of all, chances are they're not going to eat quail or reptilinks, but they also might and go, that's all I'm ever going to eat. So once if you have a source of ASFs that you know you can feed your snake their whole life, you've got like lots of sources for them. You live in an area where it's not illegal. Get them on ASFs. That's great. It's good for them. But otherwise, rats are best to have ball pythons on. Mice are fine. Mice aren't unhealthy for them. It's just that they'll get big enough to the point where you have to feed them multiple feeders. So it's less expensive to just feed them one large rat. I'm not saying feed them a large rat. I'm saying, generally for ball pythons, for a big female ball python, a medium rat is the largest you'll feed them. But a medium rat, it takes several jumbo mice to make up the size of a medium rat. So anyway, that's the thing with ball pythons. They can get stuck on pretty much anything. Pianoer Rebecca, thank you for that generous super chat. What is your question or comment to go with that? I hope you have one. Same with Jenna. We got 2 in a row. Oh no, Jenna has one. I just didn't. Jenna, thanks for this. Mary's 17-year-old rescue fish is named Swim Shady. I love it.
So great.
It's so good. That's so good. I just heard that Tara told me yesterday that Mark Hamill, Tara is friends with Mark Hamill because they work together in voiceover all the time. Mark Hamill's dog, Mark had his fans name his dog, and his dog's name is Bark Hamill. So good. It's so funny. And I love that Mark Hamill is such a fan of his fans that he allows them to name his pets. Bark Hamill. We still don't have a package?
No.
Oh, you
not
guys,
at your
this
door.
is a terrible commercial for Amazon.
I am being abused.
You are being abused by that snake. He is all about grabbing onto stuff. Boas are very grabby and they will break glasses.
Oh, hey, are you aware that hair is attached to my head?
What else do we have here, Amy?
We have a question from Matt Chase.
Yeah. What do we got?
We use 4x2x2 enclosures for all our snakes, but I can't get the cool side lower than 83 degrees. Hot side is 88 or 89 with a heat gun. We use ceramic heat emitters installed into the ceiling of the enclosure with a cage around it.
Cool. Okay. So a ceramic heat emitter is going to give you a focused beam of heat, and it's not going to heat up your enclosure much. So what that tells me is that your room is too hot. So if you lower the temperature of your room, that's going to lower the temperature of the cages. 83 isn't terrible for a cold side. It's not going to be detrimental to your snake. They probably will be a little bit more comfortable if they can get down to 80, even 78, something like that. But it sounds like your room is just a little bit too warm for them. So a lot of times, our cages, whether they're PVC cages or glass cages, the temperature of the room affects the temperature of the cage, and you have to adjust your heating elements accordingly. But for a hot room, you've got the right thing. A heat element, whether it's a CHE or a deep heat projector or something that's, a heat panel. Like I have heat panels, and that heats more of the whole cage versus a focused thing. So you're doing good with what you have in the cage, but I would, if you can, lower the temperature of your room. Okay, I got a couple super chats to do. Handsome Dan is sneaking. He's doing okay. You've got him around your neck, so that's good. He might try to sneak up. I have instruments up here, you guys. So I've got. Let's see, can you see this? There we go. We got a banjo and a ukulele and a mandolin right there that the snakes often try to get to because they look like fun to climb on. And Banjo, my black-headed python, has gotten himself into the ukulele, and that's not an easy instrument to get a snake out of. I have a short posted on YouTube and Instagram and probably TikTok that show that saga of trying to get Banjo out of a ukulele. Okay, let's go to these super chats real quick. Tony Ladon, which is what we've decided that name is. I was told it's healthier to breed my girl. True? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. There's different thoughts on that. It's also risky to breed. They could get egg bound. There's all kinds of stuff that could happen. But I would say no, not healthier to breed necessarily. Riley, if you're still here, what are your thoughts on that? Riley has bred lots of different species of snake. He has more experience breeding than I do. Lots more experience with different species, and he's done it longer. Riley, what say you about? Do you think it's healthier for the snake, for the female snake, to breed? Crisis Corp says, thanks for the super chat, by the way. Should I work on getting my female blue-eyed Lucy ball python on rats or just keep her on mice? She prefers mice, and it's been a pain to switch her. I think it's fine to feed the snake what they want to eat. I'm not bothered by the fact that Lucille, my relatively large female ball python, who's produced several clutches for me now, is a mouser. She'll eat once she gets crazy. Like if she's in breeding season, there's a period of time where she gets crazy for food and she'll take medium rats. But other than that, she eats mice and she does just fine. I fed her last week. I fed her 3 jumbo mice. So it's a little bit more expensive to feed her because 3 jumbo mice cost more than 1 medium rat. But and most of the time I can't get her to eat 3. She only eats 2. So last week she was going for it. So we did it. And she's healthy and does just fine. She's produced a number of beautiful snakes. She's great. So I say feed them what they want to eat, But if you can switch them to rats, it's more convenient. There are people you're going to see in Facebook groups and on Reddit, you're going to see people say that mice are like it's like feeding children cake. That's how bad mice are for ball pythons. It's not true at all. Mice have very close to the same nutritional value as rats. I would say rats are slightly incrementally more nutritious, but it's not that big of a deal. Lucille does just fine on mice. And Tiger Lily, who just produced her first clutch, is also a mouser. She only eats mice. She grew up on rats and then decided she wasn't going to eat them anymore. And now she only eats mice. She produced a lovely clutch, and she's a wonderful snake. Totally healthy on mice. So do what you want. I think it's better for the keeper if they are on rats, because mice just don't get that big. Iconoclastic Flow, thanks for the super chat. Give my love to Kodiak. I will. I had him out right at the beginning of the live stream. Here's Riley's response. Let's see what he says. I only think it's healthy for snakes like retics that seem to cycle regardless of what's going on. If the snake is going to go through the process no matter what you do, then yes, breed her. Okay, that's interesting. But I wouldn't say necessarily for ball pythons, because ball pythons that aren't paired they don't do anything different. They're not trying to cycle. So Riley also says the process of laying slugs is way rougher on them than fertile eggs. That's interesting, Riley. I want to talk to you about that, because that's not something that I knew. That's interesting, because Molly has laid lots of slugs, and this year she laid a clutch of slugs. My thought was that it's not as rough because they're smaller. They're a little smaller eggs, But I don't know scientifically what's going on.
I'm never getting this knot out of my hair. I am going to have to shave.
Oh man!
My
my gosh! You guys, we're gonna have to shave Amy's head, because really, I don't know if the camera can pick up how crazy that is, but Handsome Dan has done a number.
We're not doing this again.
He has done a number on your hair. Like, he's not a hairdresser. No. That's not his calling. What else do we have there, Amy?
We have, I want you to answer this one as quickly as possible. First snake that comes to your head. Jameson Thrasher says, "What's your favorite snake in the green room?"
Yeah, so that's a question that I get asked a lot, and oh shoot, hang on, I think my sorry guys, this is okay. Molly this is Lucille. Lucille just took off my oh my gosh. Sorry guys. So I get asked this question a lot, and we got asked earlier, and it's I can't name my favorite snake. It's the snake that I'm holding at the time, you know. But what I always say is my favorite species that I have is super dwarf retics, possibly scrub pythons. I have not had my scrub python long enough to say that for sure, but I'm really loving Douglas. And we'll get Douglas out too. He is in shed, but he just cleared up. So I think I'm gonna put her back because she's crazy. Oh my gosh, I love what's happening here. We're going full screen on Amy. Oh, did you get it? Oh shoot, I didn't go full screen on you. I went full screen on me.
Glamorous.
And you got it.
Glamorous again. Guys.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right. My timing was really bad on that, you guys. I'm sorry. I know you want to see that in big times with her trying to get the snake out of her hair. Man, what a nightmare for someone that's afraid of snakes, right? To have a boa constrictor was stuck in my hair. That's a boa imperator, but you know, someone afraid of snakes doesn't know the word imperator. Okay.
Kayla Gravely asks, "Are you going to get Kent another snake? If so, which one?"
You know, I hadn't planned on getting Kent another snake, but I would say, you know, I've always said that I would not keep venomous because I don't, unless you're doing it for, unless you have an educational facility or something, I don't think it's responsible to
help
to have venomous.
You are so naughty.
You might want to put Handsome Dan. Let me have Handsome Dan.
All right.
I'll take Handsome Dan. But you know, I might get a Gaboon Viper for Kent. You know, is it legal in California? No, but it's not my Gaboon Viper; it's Kent's. So he'll have to deal with the legality of it. Because I love a Gaboon Viper. So you never know. Great question, though.
Let's do a giveaway.
Oh yeah, let's do a giveaway. Here we go. We're going to do another. So for those who didn't see the first giveaway, what we're giving away is these. This is a target for any snake or lizard that you would like to, or any animal, period, that you would like to target. It's got the Green Room Pythons logo on it, and it was 3D printed by Brady Bentley, Amy's husband, and brought to you here by Amy. So here we go. Amy, what is the password? So anyone who could use this target and wants it, and you have to be in the United States, you're going to put a secret code word into the chat, and we're going to use that to cycle through. What's the word, Amy?
Let's do Gaboon Viper.
Okay, so the way we're spelling that, hang on. Okay, I got to hit draw again. Oh, no, that's not what I'm doing. Hang on. All right. Okay, good. Okay. So here we go. We're spelling that because maybe I'm spelling it wrong. I'm not going to look it up. Gaboon, all one word, Viper.
All one word, Gaboon Viper. That is how you spell it.
That's got to be how you spell it. Gaboon Viper. So if you want to enter the giveaway, put that in. I'm giving a second for people to put their Gaboon Viper. Well done. Everybody's spelling it so nicely. Good work. Putting that in. And in a second here, I'm going to share the screen. Share screen right here. And I think I've given enough time. We're going to start collecting the comments right now. Draw. We got 47 entries. 47 of you spelled Gaboon Viper correctly. Slowing down. Jim Farr 1215 is the winner. Congrats, Jim. Jim, send an email to greenroompythons@gmail.com and let us know your screen name and your address to send it to. And I will get one of these out to you. We're going to do another one of those. We're going to draw another one before the end of this live stream. We're just over 3 hours on this live stream. We got a ways to go. So I'm guessing most people are in and out. I'm also guessing that a handful of you are in from the beginning and you're here for the long run. And I love it. I really appreciate you guys being here for this ridiculously long birthday live stream that we still don't have birthday hats for. So annoying. Let me just check Amazon. Still says out for delivery.
That is wild.
Unbelievable. Hold on. I'm going to refresh it. Oh, no. It says it's here. It says delivered. It's Amy, it's out. It's right by the door. We have birthday hats, you guys. Now it's a birthday live stream. Okay. Bizarre delivery of lies. Right? Because it should have been way earlier today. The super chat just came in. I saw that. I just want to make sure that I didn't miss any during this whole Kaboom Viper shenanigans.
Oh my gosh, you
What?
guys.
What, Amy?
These hats.
Oh, there is a super chat. Oh,
There is. You have a super chat from Lonnie.
Lonnie. Yeah, I see it. But say the hat situation, Amy.
Well, first off, craft.
Oh, so you're going to do crafts here.
I'm doing arts and crafts now.
Cool.
Birthday arts and crafts time, everybody.
Cool. I love it. Okay. I'm pulling you off so that they can't see what you're putting together.
Okay.
But I would assume plenty of hats for you and I both to have one. So Amy's going to put them together and then it's going to be a real birthday party. Lonnie, thanks for this super chat. So I heard you earlier. I didn't know ASFs were hard to find. Not necessarily. It depends on where you're at. Sometimes they're not. In case it helps anyone interested and lives in North Dakota, there's a tiny reptile shop in Bismarck that sells them. Can't remember the name. Something Fire. Good to know. That's cool. There's some states that there's plenty of them. You know. Oh my gosh, dude! Don't climb on this. Oh my gosh, you're so crazy.
Handsome Dan has more shenanigans than
So many more
super
shenanigans.
dwarfs today.
You guys, wait till you see next week's video. I'm not even going to tell you because it's coming up in Monday's video. But shenanigans from Handsome Dan, and watch till the very end, like the right after I say thanks for watching. See you next week. Watch after that. That guy. Problems from that snake. Okay, there was another super chat.
Yep.
And also cutting off my circulation. I've never had a python of any species cut off the circulation in my hand. I do not have blood flowing to my hand right now. And he's just sitting. He's just sitting. I'm not complaining. I love a boa, but man, they're strong. Tom Netto, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob. Going to pick up a Suriname red-tailed boa baby this weekend. Awesome. Love that. I have a few ball pythons. Any tips on keeping the boa? This is all your fault. LOL, love your content. That's great. You know, I've found Suriname red-tailed boas in the wild, and I love seeing them, you know, in a pet store or whatever. I don't have any, but I think they're awesome. My only thing is they get big. You know, they're big animals when they're adults, so just be prepared for that. And as you may have seen, if you saw the video that I did with Dave in Minnesota, we were at a pet shop where I learned of the Pokagron locality of Suriname red-tailed boa, which is a dwarf red-tailed boa. So cool. Those are smaller, but if it's just a regular red-tailed boa, they can get real big. And so, you know, just be aware of that. But other than that, they're awesome. You know, do as much socialization as you can with them, and you know, they'll do great. Congrats on that. That's really exciting. So we're right about Tony Ladon. It's Tony. How long after shed can I handle her? So I did a little short a while back about generally what my snakes prefer. I've found that most snakes prefer a day or two, or 24 hours after they shed. They seem to be a little bit more sensitive after they shed their skin, and they want to be a little bit more reclusive. Now, after I put that video out, I had plenty of people say my ball python loves to come out right after they shed and stuff like that. So it depends on the snake, but I have lots of snakes and multiple different species, and I find that with pretty much all of them, I give them a day. You know, they don't really want to be handled right after they shed. So that's what I say about that. And then, oh, I just saw my mom in. Hang on. Hi, Mom. You guys, Jean Bledsoe is in. She says, I'm hanging in, dear. I'm glad you're here, Mom. That means, Mom, that means you've probably been here from the beginning. I was saying that earlier. So you've been here from the beginning, Mom, and you're still here. Hi there. And hi, Dad. I'm sure Dad's right there also. Hi, parents. My parents call, and when it's my birthday and I see the phone call in the morning from my mom or my dad, I know that I'm going to get a lovely duet rendition of Happy Birthday when I answer the phone. And that happens every single year. And this year was no exception. It was delightful.
It was delightful.
You heard it. Amy was here.
She
heard it. She heard the rendition.
I was even on the phone in the other room, and I was like, wow, something magical is happening
that's right.
in the kitchen right now.
Yeah, that's right. It was magical. That's true. Manuel, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday, Bob. Oh, thanks. That's really nice. I appreciate it. Joe, thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday. Rhubarb says hi. He likes to poke the touchscreen phone and cause chaos. I know snakes love to do that. Rhubarb is a snake that I produce, and lovely to hear from Rhubarb. They do love to touch the phone. Crisis Corpse, thanks for the super chat. Thank you for talking me into a BCI. That's a boa constrictor imperator. Boom, this one. I love my IMG BCI. Oh, that's increasing melanin gene. It's my favorite gene in boas. As the snake gets older, it gets darker. It increases the melanin. So eventually it's just all black. Such a cool morph. Congrats on that. He's such a fun snake and a sweetheart. Oh, that's great. So cool. Love that you have an IMG. Katie Lolly, this is Amy's sister, says, hi, Mama Bledsoe. I'm hanging out with B right now. That would be Brady, Amy's husband. Very cool. Hi, Amy. Hi, Katie. Hi, Brady. Hi, Amy. Also, sure, I'll say hi to you. I'm putting you on screen because you already have a hat on. So we're going full Amy Bentley right now.
Keeping your hat off.
Show the hat.
Don't look at your hat.
I'm not gonna look at. I just want to see your hat. I think it looks great. It's a good birthday hat. Okay, now we're going back to me. You are now off screen. Okay. Great. I know that you're working right now, and I'm not looking at it, but do you have another Patreon question, or should I read it from my thing?
I have a Patreon question.
Okay.
Monica Swan says, what are your thoughts on handling before a feeding? Not right before, but same day. Do you have a general rule, or is it just dependent on the individual ball python?
This is a great question, and I'm happy to address it because this is something that I see. And there are sometimes stuff in care guides that there's no reason for that to be in a care guide, really. And in my experience, handling a ball python the day that you're going to feed it, or a snake in general, the day that you're going to feed it, makes no difference. The exception being a snake that's super nervous, like really, a handling session is traumatic for them. And in that case, you shouldn't necessarily be taking them out and handling them anyway. There's other, there's other socialization techniques that you can use for a snake like that. But generally for a snake, even if they don't really like being handled and you handle them, they're still probably going to eat, Ball pythons are known for going off food and not taking meals, but that's usually when they're older. Baby ball pythons, once they're established, usually eat right away. And I can handle a baby snake, baby ball python, put them back in their cage and hand them a meal, and they'll almost always take it. Amy, do you have a hat for me?
Yeah.
Can you put it on my hat?
Mm-mm.
Can you put it right here on the front of my hat?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay. I'm going to trust Amy. I've learned that she knows what she's talking about usually. So.
Okay, I'm going under the beard, or else I have to go beard down.
Okay.
Okay. Nope, this isn't gonna work. We're
Okay.
going beard down.
Okay.
Remember when you said you trusted me like 5 seconds
Wait,
ago?
can you strap that to the back of my head? Will it even work?
No.
Put that on the front. Put that right here on the front of my head, like I'm a Puddles pity party. It's so good. It's so
Happy
good.
birthday!
That's it. I love this because do you guys know Puddles Pity Party? Do you know who we're talking about? The clown, the sad clown that's such a great singer. He's incredible. He's got a crown kind of like this, I think.
Yeah, you know who you look like?
Puddles Pity Party.
You look like King Candy from Wreck-It Ralph.
Okay, I don't
Alan
know it.
Tudyk.
Oh, is that Alan Tudyk?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I love it. I've never seen Wreck-It Ralph, so I don't know this, but I love Alan
Oh.
Tudyk. And
Would you like me to put Handsome Dan back?
yeah, that'd be great. He would like you to put him back. He's like, please, just let me get out of here. What are you guys doing? Let me just squeeze this guy's blood out of his arm. Maybe he'll put me back. There we go.
All
Okay.
right, here we go, friend.
There goes Handsome Dan. And where are we at? Okay, hold on. Let me
You still have one more question from that Patreon.
okay, but can I just repeat what Ghost is saying right here?
Yeah.
Puddles Python Party. Good one. That's a good one, Ghost.
That is.
Well played. Let me make sure I don't have any super chats that I missed. I don't think so. We got them. Okay. Great. Watch this. I have a feeling that this can be done. This is what I was envisioning. Oh no. Maybe not.
Doesn't look like your crown.
There we go. That's a good hat right there.
All right. Fair
Okay.
enough.
What do we got, Amy? Oh, Amy, can we switch? Can I have some Aberfeldy? And you still have some in yours, but if you want some Port Charlotte, feel free. Aberfeldy, you guys. This is Aberfeldy 12 is not an expensive Scotch, and it's really nice for people who like the stuff that I'm drinking. The Port Charlotte 10, really challenging, peaty, not something everybody likes. This is really easy to drink. Aberfeldy.
It is very delicious.
It's really nice, not challenging at all. Delightful flavors. Really fruity. It's good. It's good.
Okay, Monica Swan also asks, I got my first ball python a month ago. I have a night vision camera facing her enclosure, and I have noticed I have never seen her drinking water. I have it filtered and I change it every day. Not sure how often they typically drink or what to even look for, and have not found a lot of material on the topic.
Okay, yeah. Snakes in general don't drink water very much. They can, and they do sometimes. I occasionally catch my snakes drinking water. I posted a really cool video of Handsome Dan drinking water for like 30 seconds. He actually drank for probably over 3 minutes. And I posted 30 seconds of him drinking water, which was cool. And it's fun to catch them drinking water because it doesn't happen very often. But sometimes you'll have snakes that almost never drink water. You want to offer them fresh water, and you might miss it, but you want it available in case they want it, because they do need hydration. But a lot of times they get most of their hydration through their skin and through the prey that they eat. So, not a big deal if you don't see them drinking water very often, but it's cool to catch them doing it when you can catch it, What else you got, Amy?
We're on the third page, guys.
Hey, look at that.
Elizabeth Fortino asks, when I need to maintain my boa's home and I notice my boa is in food mode, I will use a mister to make it rain in his enclosure, and it snaps him out of food mode. He seems fine and I can handle him like I regularly do, but I wonder if I'm making him uncomfortable. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So it's snapping him out of food mode. if you're spraying his face, it's probably startling him. And that's why it's snapping him out of food mode. He's like, oh, what's this? And so that's probably not comfortable. You know, if I missed a snake, if I'm spraying a snake with water, usually if they're in shed or I feel like they, you know, Douglas, we'll get Douglas out in a second. If he's, where is he? Oh, he's right there on his log. Douglas likes to drink water that I spray him with. He'll drink off, you know, off his body or off the thing that he's sitting on. But I try to spray him tail first, so it doesn't startle him as much as if I just spray his face. So my point is that it's the same thing with like tap training. You know, a snake is in food mode. You're going in there, you're opening their cage, and you've got a hook that you're going to touch them with, right? A lot of people touch them right in the face, and it startles them, and you see them recoil back because they're startled, and that snaps them out of food mode. It does what you want it to do, but it's startling the snake. So if you actually train them that when you touch their back, you could slide it down their neck and closer to their head, but they can feel it coming and it doesn't startle them as much. And then you train them that when they feel that means they're not being fed, versus just bopping them in the nose with a hook, you know, and startling them. That's the same as spraying them in the face. So that's what I'll say about that. What else you got?
Chris Thomas says, when are Lydia Dietz's eggs due to hatch?
That's the one egg that we're talking about. They're
one egg.
I guess we're a month and a half away from that egg hatching. This was, for those that missed that explanation, I had a couple snakes that laid eggs that laid while I was gone, and the humidity was not high enough for them to maternally incubate, and so we lost some eggs. And unfortunately, Lydia's was the worst, and we lost all but one egg. I thought I was going to be able to save them. I thought they were fine, but they ended up molding and dying. So we only have one egg from Lydia, unfortunately.
Gina, Animal Asylum, says, what editing software or apps do you use for your videos?
Oh, that is DaVinci Resolve is what I use. And I use DaVinci Resolve because it's free, for one thing, which is crazy that it's free, because it does tons of stuff. People, hi, bud. Hi, pal. People, you know, edit TV shows and commercials and movies and such on it. And there's a paid version too, but the free version has way more stuff than I would ever use. So let's just take a look at Douglas, my scrub python. Like I said, he's in shed, but he's probably going to do it tonight. He's totally cleared up at this point. He looks pretty good. He'll look better when he sheds, but he pretty much looks like his normal self right now. Hi, pal. Yeah, I got you out. You're just flying on your log. What do you think of that? I love this guy. Here, I'm going to go. Oh, Amy, you got two hats.
I got two hats.
We're going on.
Got really jealous. Everybody in the comments said two hats were better than one when you put your hat on top of your other hat. So I made myself another hat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it looks like yours, so it's great. I'm going with just me so people can see Douglas really well. What do we got for the next Patreon question?
The next Patreon question is from Gwen Hunter. It is not a question.
Oh.
It is comment.
Okay.
It says, happy birthday. Thanks for being such a wonderful gift to our community.
Oh, thanks, Gwen. That's so nice. Oh, that's really nice. I appreciate that.
Azara Grimm says, happy Womb Emancipation Day. What is your best birthday memory with or without Kent?
Oh, thanks,
Sorry,
Lacey.
Kent.
Thanks, Lacey. I would say, you know, when I was a kid, my birthday obviously is in the summertime in August, and we always would do a camping trip, and we always made it a birthday celebration camping trip where, we'd do a little birthday party, and it was the family, mom and dad and my sister, obviously Kent. We didn't forget about Kent. And we would all go out there in the sticks somewhere. It was always a different place, and we'd be camping, and it'd be a birthday thing. So lots of years of that, different memories of that. Those are my favorite. I'm going to grab the super chat real quick from Jayura. Thanks for the super chat. Happy birthday. Thank you for helping me feel calmer when I was a new snake owner. Love the crown. Take more money. Thanks so much. I appreciate that, Jaira. I'm glad that I could help. Let me make sure that I didn't miss any super chats. I think I have a snake crawling onto my hat. Okay, we got it. All right. So what is the next Patreon question?
The next Patreon question is, you have 2 questions from Debbie. I finally got my first snake, a ball python, on July 6th. We have had 4 successful feedings. She has not shed for me yet. Her last shed was July 2nd. When do you think she should go into shed next? How often do they shed when they are young? Thank you for helping build my confidence. I'm a first-time snake owner.
Cool. So shed is not something you have to worry about too much. If you're feeding them appropriately, they'll shed around every 6 weeks, but they shed when they're ready. Sometimes it's earlier than that. Sometimes it's later than that. Just make sure you're feeding them appropriately. You know, if it's a baby ball python, weekly. Rat pups, probably, based on how big your snake. I don't remember if she said the weight of her snake, but you know, they'll shed when they're ready. It's not that big of a deal. Now, there is a situation where your snake's not shedding because they're not, you know, the pet store said, you know, feed your snake pinky mice once a week, and you're not giving it nearly enough food, so it's not growing and it's not shedding. But as long as you're feeding it appropriately, it'll shed when it's ready, and you don't have to worry about it too much. Are you going in your thing, bud? Oh, coming out the other end.
Yeah, okay. There he is.
Look at that. He's just crawling all around. Hi, pal. You want a hand? Want a hand to say hi to? What's the next question on that one?
The next question is, I still haven't seen a poop, but I did remove what I believe to be urates from her enclosure. Will she poop when she sheds?
Okay. Yes. A lot of times they poop when they shed. And especially for older ball pythons, that's oftentimes the only time they poop is when they shed. You know, depending on the snake, everybody's different. But yeah, ball pythons don't poop very often. Babies poop more often than adults, but still, it's not very often. Not normally something you have to worry about. Now, yesterday, I got 3 questions. We were driving to Malibu. Amy was driving, so I was doing social media stuff. I got 3 questions within 15 minutes that was the same question. My ball python hasn't pooped in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Should I be worried? And so everybody, for some reason, is worried about this right now. And what I told all 3 of those people is, you don't have to worry about it. They're going to be fine. They almost never have problems pooping. However, I got to say that when we got back today, I have a little baby snake that Amy noticed yesterday.
Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, whatever. The other day, we noticed that snake, Amy brought it out, and I was like, oh, that snake's ready to poop. You better put it back. It's going to poop any second now. So she put it back. And then we noticed today that snake is still looking like it's ready to poop. Now, not just sausage butt, but like cloaca almost open butt. It really needed to go. And I went, okay, that's a thing. So I gave it a soak. You don't normally soak. I don't like to soak ball pythons, but that's something you can do to get them to poop. And she didn't go. So I started massaging her a little bit, and I felt a hard obstruction in there. And I was like, oh, this is a problem. So I ran the bathtub and let the snake swim a little bit. Not in deep water, but so, you know, it was fine. And I sat there the whole time, but I let her swim to see if she could get it out herself, and she couldn't. So then I took the snake and gently massaged this hard. It was a really hard poop. It was like hard as a rock out of her. And then it all came out. Like it was a lot came out, but she's fine now. She's doing good. But that rarely happens. It's not a common thing to happen, but it was just funny that I had just told these 3 people that had asked the question, don't worry about it. There's never a problem with their poop. They'll go when they're ready. And then I end up with one that does have a problem. So medical stuff happens sometimes, but generally you don't have to worry about their poops. I'm going to put this guy back because he's just inside the log now. So, and his lights went out in his cage. What's the next question, Amy? Do we have a next one?
Yes, Barbara Perry asks, how old were you when you got your first snake and what was it? Also, what did the rest of your family think?
I'm guessing, Barbara, that I'm going to say 8 or 9 years old, and I caught a garter snake. And I'm guessing again, because I don't quite have the memory of it, that my mom probably said that it should go back, but my mom was always okay with stuff. You know, there were animals that I brought that I wanted to keep. There was a no-go, and because my mom was responsible, but she also was supportive of my interest in animals. So I would say that I probably had a garter snake for a day, and then it needed to be put back in the forest. We lived across the street from a meadow where there were snakes and lots of salamanders and frogs and stuff that I caught. But the first real snake that I had, and I did have lizards before this, would have been when I was maybe a sophomore in high school, freshman in high school, maybe. And I got a rough green snake from the Pet Snore. It was a really boring pet store. It was the most boring pet store you've ever been in, and we called it a Pet Snore. So I'm not misspeaking when I say
Hey, look,
what.
Handsome Dan's getting a drink of water.
Oh, look at he is.
Somebody was just asking about that.
Handsome Dan is drinking water, you guys. Look at this.
They can't see it. You don't have me on the screen.
I have you on the screen, Amy.
Oh.
Don't even worry. It's just on a delay. Oh no!
Okay.
Shoot! Hang on, you guys. Handsome Dan drinking water. There we go. He is a water drinker, and we do catch him drinking water. There we go. Okay, so anyway, we're going to continue talking about the Pet Snore that I got the rough green snake from. And okay, there we go. So we got that. Hi, Amy.
Hello.
I'm just gonna hold this. I'm gonna move this to my view, and now we're gonna try to set this back up.
Okay.
And
the Pet Snore.
that snake was good for me at that time because they eat crickets, and I didn't have to feed it mice. You know. Let's look at how my framing is with this. Oh, that's not bad. It works. We got you there.
Great.
Okay. What's
Barbara Perry also says, if you could go any place on earth and money was no object, where would you go and why?
Australia. Because I want to find all the Australian snakes. I have a number of Australian snakes here in the green room. I have a pygmy python, and I have black-headed pythons, and I have a carpet python, and I have a Bredl's python. Australia is massive, and I can't find all those things in one. It would be like trying to find a Eastern indigo on the East Coast and Southern Pacific rattlesnake on the West Coast of the United States. You got to take a big flight to, you can't just be in the US and herp for both of those things. But my point is that I could go to an area I could go to like Brisbane and look for carpet pythons, or I could go to the north somewhere and look for black-headed pythons.
You have 3 super chats.
Oh, I do. I see Katie's. Hang on, let me see what I missed.
Starting with Megkers.
Hang on, I'm almost there. Megkers, thanks for the super chat. Is Douglas a dwarf scrub python? How big will he get? Also, happy birthday. Douglas is a dwarf because he's only a year old, but he's not going to be a dwarf for long. He is a normal southern scrub python, and he will get 10 to 13 feet. He's going to be a big snake. Not a dwarf, but he just turned 1 on the 3rd or 4th of August was his hatch day, and that's why he's a dwarf, because he's not very old yet, but he's growing fast. I'm feeding him pretty aggressively. I'm not power feeding him, but I am there's an idea that scrub pythons specifically, I think there's a number of pythons or snakes in general that are like this. When a snake hatches, they're little tiny, and they're prey for everything, right? So there's kind of a rush to bulk up, eat as much as possible, and bulk up. So with scrub pythons specifically, I think it's a good thing to get them up to size for the first couple years, and then you slow the feeding down a little bit. So for him, I'm feeding him big meals weekly, basically weekly. You know, I don't feed on a perfect schedule all the time, but he's growing pretty quick. Crisis Corp says, don't ask about blood python poop. I won't. I'm going to assume that, you know, ball python poop is oftentimes, you know, for an adult ball python, it looks like a large dog came into their cage and took a dump and left. So a blood python, which is way bigger and thicker than a ball python, has got to be ridiculous. Katie, Amy's sister, if you don't remember, Boo Boo says, hi, Grandpa Bob. Boo Boo is a snake that is produced by the inspector, is the father. I guess I would be the grandfather in that case, but really the inspector's father is would be the grandfather.
Boo Boo has a nephew now.
Boo Boo does have a nephew. That's right. That's true. I'll show Boo Boo's nephew. And I noticed that Willie is still in. Yes, Indigo mentioned. Willie's got a great indigo, Eastern indigo snake that I met for the first time yesterday, and Amy did too.
Yes.
And a beautiful Texas indigo. And I got to tell you, man, everybody loves the Eastern indigos because they're all black, which is really cool. And then there's a red face too that has some red on their face, which is awesome. Love an Eastern indigo. And everyone says those are the biggest ones. But as it turns out, apparently they're all kind of basically the same size. I guess a Texas indigo is very close to the same size as an Eastern indigo. But the browns, this like deep copper brown that a Texas indigo has is unbelievably cool. And it's all along their belly and their face. Really cool. And Willie has one of each. And those were fun to hang out with. My mom's still in. Everybody's saying hi to my mom. She must have said something. Okay. Okay. So Willie said, hang on. Willie says, I'm back. Had to leave to show a random person the snake room. I hope that random person isn't watching this because I'm now reading what you wrote and you're calling them a random person. Willie, I bet that's a human being with a whole life and everything. I bet they don't think they're random.
I'm pretty random.
Anyway, but now I'm sitting here editing the daily vid. Texas Indigos are awesome. Yeah, they are. You guys, Willie's doing daily videos on his channel on Willie's Reptiles, and I highly recommend that you see him because he's great at content creation, and I'm jealous of his editing skills. He puts together cool videos, and I'm really impressed that he's doing daily videos. There's no way I could do a daily video.
Willie also says that the difference in individual variation and size with the indigos is more than the variation by species.
Yeah, that's by the way, that information that I said about the size, I learned from Willie yesterday. We were talking about it, and he's the one that has them, and he's been buying from breeders. Amy, what are you giggling about?
Willie also says if they aren't here, they don't count as a person.
Okay, all right, that's fair, Willie. I get it. Okay, pianoer. This is Pepper Queen, everyone. Rebecca says, say piano roar, like a small lion roar. Oh, piano roar, piano roar, piano roar. Okay, all right. That's how I'm going to say it. Sending more money because this has to go to Handsome Dan. I only acquire pets if they need a home. I don't ever buy them. One day I would love to find the opportunity to give a boa his or her best life. Thanks for sending Handsome Dan money. I will make sure that I spend $50, $49.99 on something specifically for Handsome Dan. You know what? Piano roar, piano roar. I bet there is a reptile rescue somewhere between where I live and where you live. That's all of Southern California, pretty much, that has a boa waiting for you to rescue it. I can't wait till you find that snake. What do we got, Amy?
Jenna says, any tips in socialization for the house snakes, and what size enclosure is Harry in?
Yeah, Harry's in 18 by 18 by 18 box, bioactive. It's little. He's a male house snake. They don't get as big as females. I think he can be in there his whole life, although I could be wrong. He might outgrow it. But so far, it's palatial for him, and he does well in it. I have a house snake that is particularly not socialized. And oh, there goes more lights. We'll just see lights shut off as the night goes on. And so for him, for a snake that's not very well socialized, I'm going to say that, I gotta plug in microphones. I'm going to unplug Amy's light. And if her light goes out, we're out of luck. I'm going to plug in.
Darn.
Oh, this isn't going to work. It doesn't matter. We may just lose the mics and have to go with something else. Hang on. Sorry, I got distracted, guys. We're okay on mics for a little bit. What was I talking about?
You were talking about house snakes socializing Harry specifically.
Socializing Harry. So for a house snake that's not well socialized at all, they're a little tiny snake, and going in with your big monkey paws is not the best way to do it. It's better to use a hook, to take them out. They're also not like a ball python. They're not going to curiously, I should say, I don't know this for sure. I have experience with one house snake that is particularly not socialized, and he hides all the time and does not want anything to do with me. When the lights go out in his cage, he comes out immediately. If he sees me walking by, he darts back into his hide. That's where he is. Okay, so that's what I'm speaking from. Using a hook is better to take him out, and he's never going to just choose to crawl onto my hand. He's never going to be curious enough to tongue flick on me. If he tongue flicks and sees that I'm there, he's gone. So, for me, I take him out with a hook, and it's not very often, and I hang on to him. He wraps around all my fingers. He's a big finger hugger, and that's how I do it. But he is not yet socialized, so I can't say that I've successfully socialized a house snake yet. I think it'll happen, but it's a process for him. Yeah. What else we got?
Well, Zachariah's back.
Oh, he is. Zachariah's got more things to say. What's he got?
He
This
says,
is my nephew, you guys, my young nephew.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh,
That was
thanks.
really hard to say out loud.
He threw some R's in there, some extra R's.
She spelled them all with O's.
Oh, okay.
Happy birthday.
Okay, I get it. Nice. I appreciate that, Zachariah. Thank you for that.
Okay. Majestic Mango Tango says, any idea why a ball python would stop striking their food, which is a frozen thawed rat, after moving into a new enclosure? He still eats it, but he just won't strike at it anymore. I have to just leave it on a plate overnight.
Okay. That, snakes can change their behavior at any time for any reason. So, the move may have been the reason that he decided to do that, or maybe it was just a coincidence. But if he's eating, cool. You don't have a problem. Damara, who's in that cage down there right now, flattened between a hide and a shelf. If you weren't here for that, you can watch the whole live stream and see that show. Damara usually wait. Oh, look at that! We dropped a yellow ball off of my.
Oh no!
It's okay. It's all
I
right.
worked so hard.
Look, these aren't high quality hats. The birthday hats. Anyway, she used to only eat off a plate. She would always eat, but she wanted me to put it on a plate and close her tub. And then usually a few minutes later, I'd hear her strike. She would actually strike it hard, but she wanted to do it from inside her tub. Now, lately, she's been striking off the tongs. But it doesn't matter if they eat. However they want to eat is just fine. I'm going to do this super chat real quick.
Sure.
Katie, thanks for the super chat. Gorgeous George says, happy birthday and hi to Handsome Dan. Tagged you on Facebook in a thank you shout out for the cardboard box idea. Oh, cool. That's great. I'll look at that when I get a chance. That's awesome. Hi to Gorgeous George. That is your boa. Katie has a boa named Gorgeous George. Mom, you don't have to super chat. You guys, my mom super chatted, and I don't want her to super chat. That's very nice, though, Mom. Happy birthday, dear. In addition to your steampunk raven. That's so nice. This is a part of my birthday gift. My mom made me a steampunk raven using felting. Am I saying that right, Amy? Felting.
Sure. Felting, felt
And
needle.
I mean, my mom will say if I go, but mom is a really great felter, and this is where you're taking like pieces of like strands of felt and making art with it. And she made me a raven that's steampunk, and I would show it to you, but it's in my car right now, and my car is still in the state of Washington. I'm not driving home for a couple more weeks. I'm flying
cool,
back.
guys.
I'm flying back and forth.
It's
but
real cool.
It's real cool.
It's called needle felting.
Needle felting, yes.
And it's with wool.
Yeah. And it's with It's not with felt. It's not with it's with wool. That's right. Anyway, my mom's real talented. She learned how to do it at a summer camp that she goes to every summer. You guys, it's just like a kid's summer camp, but it's for adults. That it's for cancer survivors or people who I think have cancer also, but it's mostly cancer survivors. And hang on, I'm picking up this yellow ball. This is what fell off my hat. And they have zip lines and all kinds of activities, and they have crafts. And my mom learned how to needle felt, and she came home with this new skill, and she's so good at it. She's made
so good at it.
Incredible framed things. Mine is framed around, but she's also made dolls and stuff that are just amazing.
So cool.
Yeah. Needle felting. All right. What else we got?
Kathy Conway asks, is it a problem if one ball python often free roams into another's enclosure? Background, when I open my two ball python's doors for them to free roam, JJ often stays in his sky hide while Pippin chooses to free roam his way into other areas in JJ's enclosure. I have even found him in JJ's sky hide on occasion, although I try to prevent that when JJ's in there. Do occasional visits cause stress like actual cohabiting does?
Okay, so it's tough to know for sure. I'll tell you that I have a rule that I don't allow my snakes to go into other snakes' cages. It used to be that every time I let a snake out, I leave their cage open to remind me that the snake is out. But now with my new bioactives, I shut it and I just leave them all unlocked, and I just pay attention to the locks to remind me who's out. But snakes used to try to, snakes always, especially the super dwarfs, they want to go into each other's cages, and I keep an eye on that and don't let them do that, because I think it might bother the other snake to have the smell of a different snake in their home. Maybe. I'm just guessing. I know that it's not a problem to not have a smell of another snake in their home. And the fact that it could be weird for them to be like, hey, who's been crawling around in my den? Could be a weird thing. So I have that rule. But it is not the same stress level as cohabitating, because the problem with cohabitating is that eventually, and it takes a while probably for most snakes to get to this point, but eventually they get tired of sharing resources with one another and having to compete for resources. And so just the smell of another snake in their enclosure, probably not that big of a deal. I believe Lori Torini allows her snakes to go into each other's enclosures. And I don't think she's had any adverse reactions to that. Otherwise, she wouldn't let them do it. But I just don't let mine, because I can keep an eye on it. And it's, I would just rather them not go into each other's. So that's that. What else we got?
Well, you have a couple comments asking you to please share a picture of your steampunk raven needle felt art from your darling mother
Wish-
when you get back to your car.
Oh, okay. Well, the next live stream, I will literally have it and I can show it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's real cool.
Before this question gets too old that Zachariah starts calling you old again, Uncle Bob, do you have any recommendations for good mics?
Microphones?
Yeah.
Yeah. Zachary, a Yeti mic. Have your mom buy you a Yeti mic. Tell your mom that I said to buy you a Yeti mic. No, tell your mom Amy said to buy you a Yeti mic.
No. Nope. Uncle Bob said that.
Yeah.
Uncle Bob said that. Okay. We are on the last page.
Come on. Last page. Look
We
at
did
that.
it.
We're
Almost did it.
We're under 4 hours right now.
Oh my gosh. Okay. This question is from Niffers Critters. That's Jen.
Okay.
Hi and happy birthday. I have a question for the live stream. I have started letting my juvenile spotted python Juniper out for supervised roaming time on the coffee table and a couple other areas that I have set up little mini playgrounds. She gets bored very quickly and just wants to explore everything and everywhere. And I think I've created a monster because now she's constantly wanting out of her enclosure and constantly trying to go down on the floor once she's out. Any advice on keeping her entertained and safe at the same time?
Yeah. Is this a smaller snake?
It is a juvenile spotted python.
Spotted python. So always a smaller
Yes.
snake. Yeah. Just get a enclosed playpen. So this is I used them. We had 7 baby ball pythons in it just the other day. Just get a fully enclosed dog playpen. You can get them off Amazon. I've got a link in the description of all my videos. I've got a bunch of Amazon affiliate links, and one of them. Hang on, Amy's laughing really hard, and we're gonna figure out what this is in a second.
Oh, Zachariah's the greatest.
But Zachary. Oh, because he says, "Okay, thanks, old man." I see it. I see it. I'm ignoring it. It's not funny. We're not. Look, that behavior. We're not encouraging that behavior. We're just going to me now. Nobody's laughing at thanks, old man. Anyway, a dog playpen, fully enclosed, so they can't get out. So it zips on the top, and it's mesh, and that works great. And then you put a bunch of stuff in there for them to climb on and explore. It's great.
Jen at Niffers Critters also says, also, do snakes go through a crazy snake version of hyper phase as juveniles, or is this likely just her personality coming through more?
Yeah, they don't really. It's not like dogs where all of a sudden they're just crazy and they got to get all this energy out. But snakes do change their personality, and you might have a snake that's trying to flee from you, run away, or something like that, and or it's just like the reticulated pythons. They kind of go crazy. They go all over the place. They're just trying to grab onto different things and move around and whatever. So it's species dependent and kind of stage of life dependent, But it's not like, I don't think it's like a dog that gets the zoomies. You know what I mean?
P.S. Juniper says, "Hi, Pip."
No, hi to Pip.
Hi, Pip.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, this is the last question.
Ooh, last question from Patreon, everyone.
Paul McKenna, are you ever afraid when you've gone on herping trips? Where have you felt unsafe, and would you go back?
I have not been in a situation where I'm like, look, I was in a situation in the West Indies when I went to Dominica where I was like, I shouldn't have done this, but that wasn't herping. That was in a bat cave. If you guys saw that video, I walked across this plank to get to a bat cave, and I say it in the video like I should not have done that. That wasn't herping though. That was batting. Do we call that batting? We'll say batting. And I have not been like in a super dangerous country where I felt like the locals were going to come after me. I haven't been in a situation where I was stalked by any crazy wild animal. So I'm going to say no on that, but it is interesting. I was watching, I wish I knew the name of this guy because I can't remember it, but there's a guy that does a ton of of conservation work in Peru in the Amazon jungle. He basically lives in the Amazon. He's from New Jersey, I think, but I think he's a biologist. He's got a good social media. Like he goes on all the big podcasts. Like he'll go on Joe Rogan and talk about his experience with uncontacted tribes in the Amazon and stuff like that. And he talks about all the dangerous stuff that he's come across in Peru, in the Amazon jungle in Peru, which is a completely different section of the Amazon jungle than Suriname is. But he's saying like just going to the bathroom in the jungle is a real problem, and you got to know how to do it when you're in that area that he's in. That's not really the situation in Suriname. Like I feel like we had it really easy when Amy and I were in Suriname. I was in there a few months before. It's not that problematic in that part of the Amazon jungle.
So we went to Suriname when I went with you during an El Nino year, where the river was way down to the point where we had to actually wait for the tide to come in to be able to continue on the river because we were just hitting rocks in our boat trying to get to where we were going.
That's right. We had to stop for several hours at a mining camp, and there was one guy. Do you remember his name?
Well, when we met him, he told us a different name, but his name is, I believe, Shelby.
Oh, I think you're right. Something like that. Anyway, he was a super nice guy. He made us food. He made us tea. Yeah, we had all kinds of hammocks that we could hang out in. He was just happy because he was a caretaker, and he was happy to have other humans to hang out with and chat with. Yeah. But all afternoon, we waited until the tide came up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that whole time we were there, we were bathing ourselves in the river, right? So we're sleeping in hammocks in the rainforest. So the only two times I ever got like really nervous is, first off, I was nervous to bathe myself in the piranha infested river. I was. Especially as a woman. I'll let you read between those lines, however you choose to. I was nervous about bathing in the piranha infested river, but during an El Nino year where the water level is low, you kind of also have to worry about electric eels that live down in the rocks. And when there's literally barely any water in the river, you know, that was nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like totally safe, especially because there's those little teeny tiny fish that like to eat your dead skin. And so you'd be like in the river and those fish would swim up and like, I'm being attacked. But it's just literally they're like this big.
They're so tiny and they nibble on your back. And occasionally you'll get kind of a bigger one that really kind of feels like a bite. Like it doesn't hurt, but it's more than just the light nibbling that the little ones are doing. You're like, oh God.
The only time I felt like genuinely unsafe, like I could die in seconds, was it was the middle of the night. We were sleeping in our hammocks and just all like you hear a bunch of frogs and everything. And then you hear creak, creak, creak. And the whole forest goes completely silent except for the crashing of a falling tree, which the scariest thing that I've ever experienced in my life is like I'm sleeping in this hammock and I'm like, I don't know where that tree is falling. So it's kind of like you kind of just like
big tree right by our camp.
Yeah.
Like it was. And then we went and explored it afterwards. And it was this big, massive tree that had fallen.
Tree.
And
yeah. It fell really, really close to Mark's hammock.
Yeah. Yeah. That was scary. You're right. That was scary.
Was.
Your answer was better than mine. Yeah. That was scary stuff.
I would go back. Yes. I would do it.
Me too. Me too. Absolutely. I got a super chat here from Tony. Tony says, my girl fell off a chair from 2 feet. How serious? Not generally. I mean, it depends on how they fall, right? A 2-foot fall, they could fall like in a weird way that breaks their spine or something. But as long as your snake is acting normal, that's fine. 2 feet is not that big of a deal. I always make sure that my ball pythons, they, I have this thing right here, this plant stand. All these plants are fixed with museum putty, and ball pythons love to climb to the top of this. They take advantage of that, but they also will fall off of it. And I don't want a ball python falling from here to the ground because they're a heavy bodied snake, and a fall like that could really hurt them. But if they fell from here, which you can't even see, but that's about 2 feet from the ground. Not a big deal. You know, semi-arboreal snakes wouldn't have any problem at all. Semi-arboreal snakes don't really have a problem at all. And so if a reticulated python, one of my super dwarfs is climbing on that, no big deal. Black-headed pythons fall a lot, so I watch them when they're on it. But Maya is long enough. Maya is over 6 feet long at this point. So she can usually reach from the top of this, she can reach the floor. So she's usually not falling because of that. Ball pythons you gotta worry about a little bit more though if they're up high. Oh, here's Crisis Corp's super chat that I almost missed, but I didn't, and Amy didn't even have to tell me about it.
I wasn't gonna let you miss it.
Crisis Corp says, "You aren't old, Bob. Age is a state of mind." It sure is, Crisis Corp. I appreciate that. Your comment does hint that physically I'm old, and that if I'm young in my mind, I could kind of stay young at that point. But I understand the sentiment. I get the sentiment. But as we've said before, look, my mom tells me that I was born in 1973. We don't know if she's right about that. She could be lying. That's not, you know, who knows? I could have been born in the 80s. We don't know. Nobody really knows. So I could have been born in the 90s, you guys. Okay, maybe not, but still, don't shake your head. They couldn't see that because I had you on screen. We're done with
We're done. That's the
Patreon
questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we look at that. We're 4 hours and 59 minutes. No, 59 seconds. And 4 hours exactly and 59 seconds when I said that. Now we're over 4 hours and a minute at this point. But
my goodness.
Katie, we're gonna have words. I appreciate the super chat. But Katie does say, "Nah, you old bro." I mean, look, Katie is younger than Amy, and Amy is slightly younger than I am. Katie, I gave you compliments on how good you are at your art today, and now you're calling me old. That's not nice. All right, who do we want to see that we haven't seen yet? What snakes do you guys want to see? I have a number of snakes that are in shed right now. I got babies that I can show you though.
I want that one.
Which one do you want?
The one you're taking out.
Does it matter which one? Because you don't know which one I'm taking out.
I want
this one.
Nope, that's not the one I want. You know the one I want. I want Bagheera.
Oh, you want Bagheera? Okay. So, little hiss.
Oh, hiss.
Little hiss from this one. This little one. This is the only non-pied that came out of this clutch.
Is that
the one that Amy
one
wants?
Of Max's nephews?
That's right.
Or Boo Boo's nephews?
That's Boo Boo's
Max's
nephew.
babies?
Yep.
Mm.
And then,
hi, baby.
Little one, you're okay. No problem. Look at that.
She's so sweet. She doesn't hiss.
That's the one that we helped her with her. We helped her with her little poop. I have much better lighting on my end. Bring her over.
I'm like, I can't see if she's on camera because I don't have a screen in front of me.
She totally was on camera, but just the lighting is so bad over there. So this is the one that, for those of you who remember this clutch, this is from the Sunset clutch. So this snake is a vanilla cinnamon het sunset het clown, and she has the weird heat pits. She's got the heat pits that are kind of fused.
Oh, here.
She acts like a normal snake, but this is the one that we had to help her with her. She had that really hard thing that I had to.
Oh, so close.
I wonder if you. Here, let me see if I can. Hang on, I'm going to get Crisis Corpse. I'm going to move over so you can step in. Crisis says 1989 is a good year. You were totally born then. Can we see Han? Thanks for that, Crisis. I appreciate that. Let's just pick random years. I think 89 is a great.
That would make you 1 year older than me.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Don't focus on my face. Let's
So
focus on this cute
this
little
tiny.
fingers.
There we go. We got the focus for a second. I don't know if we're going to be able to see the heat pits, but you can almost see them. That they're just they're just kind of fused together. This snake acts like a normal snake, eats great, but just wasn't pooping any of it until today. So we got it.
She's
We gotta
so
figure that out.
sweet.
Now, Crisis is asking if we can see Han. Han is in shed. Let me just double check and make sure I'm right about that. But I think I remember checking on him this morning and seeing that he's pretty deep in shed. And he's, yeah.
This little snakers, you guys, she has a really short face. And then her little fused heat pits give her, I mean, they all kind of have those little like cute little kitty cat smiles. But with her heat pits that are kind of like more like slits instead of little individual heat pits, it makes her look like a little panther with her little short face. So I've been calling her Bagheera ever since I got here. She's so cute.
Yeah.
I love her so much.
But you know what's funny? We compare her to her brother, who's the normal het clown, het sunset.
Mm-hmm.
And that face is much longer. But look at this. This is a different clutch. And this snake has a short face like that, you know, maybe a little bit longer than.
Oh, that was so scary. That was so scary.
I mean, that is a bigger head. That's definitely a bigger head than her. She's got a small
She's
head.
got a
She's got a
cute
tiny
little
head.
short face.
Yeah.
She's so cute.
Yeah, she's got a small head.
She's available, right?
She is available unless you take her home.
She's available, guys. And if you don't claim her by the end of this, I might be taking her home.
I told Amy.
Somebody claim her right now.
She will be claimed by someone. I don't consider her heat pit thing necessarily a birth defect. I don't think that it's I've never seen it before. I don't think it's a thing that happens in cinnamon ball pythons. But I don't know for sure. So I wouldn't necessarily breed her. But I mean, I just don't know. I should probably look into it. But she is het clown, het sunset, you know.
Zachary is asking you questions again.
Oh, he is. Hang on. Would you sell? Yeah, UU0517 is Zachary. That's his dad's account. Would you sell the inspector for $50,000, but you can never get him back? Zachariah, are you asking? Do you have $50,000, Zachariah, to buy the inspector? Because I remember asking you to just loan me $100 recently, and you wouldn't even loan me $100. If you want to buy the inspector for $50,000, you definitely can, because I'll get to visit him when I'm in Seattle. But anybody else, no. But he is available to you for the low price of $50,000, Zachariah. And I want to be clear, that's not a loan. I'm not asking for a loan. You would be giving me $50,000. And Zachariah says, maybe. Nice. I love it. Keep thinking about it. Wait.
You said 13,000.
I didn't say. I never said 13,000. I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking $50,000. Yes, I will sell him to you for $50,000. Katie says, here, beginning to end. Hope it was a great birthday. Thanks, Katie. Katie's like, you should end this now. We're going to. We're very close to ending this. We're over 4 hours at this point. I'm going to put this little baby snake back. Is there any snake? Did we get a list of snakes that people want to see before we end this real quick? Because we've been ending these by showing off any snakes that people haven't seen that are still available, you know?
There are people in the chat saying only 8 hours left.
Live stream until the end of my birthday.
Guys, the carpet pythons are super deep in shed right now.
Look at what your sister says.
I saw what my sister says. I'm ignoring it.
Okay. Yeah, both carpet pythons are deep in shed right now. That's unfortunate because I love to show Koa and Bella.
Anybody else though?
Tiger Lily?
Kodiak, Tiger Lily.
Tiger Lily for sure, Erica. This is Erica's favorite snake. And Erica, Tiger Lily just I don't know if you were here when I said it, but she just laid a clutch a couple days ago. So she's and she actually looks good. She laid 5 good eggs, and look at her. She doesn't look like a flat tire. She looks great. Here's Miss Tiger Lily. And I'm happy that she's done with her reproduction because now I can hang out with her and she can free roam again a little bit. She can hang out, do her thing. We love Tiger Lily, and I can't wait to see these babies. She's real cool. Love Tiger Lily. So this is my other mouser. Tiger Lily eats exclusively mice. She produced a really nice clutch of 5 eggs and one slug and 5 good eggs, which is great for a first-time mom. You know, it's really good. And then she doesn't look super thin. So she didn't use all her body weight. Sometimes snakes lay, and like Lucille, when Lucille laid her eggs, she looked like a flat tire. I was like, I got to get food in her right now. But Tiger Lily still has a pretty decent body condition for having just laid. So there we go. Love this snake. She's so sweet and really beautiful. Like obviously her combo of 6 different morphs makes her look really cool, but she's just a delightful snake. And she came from the first clutch that I ever produced. For those who don't know, I have two babies. I have 2 snakes from that first clutch that I produced 4 years ago. These snakes are 4 years old. So
Tiger Lily's morphs are Spot Nose, NG, Asphalt, Calico, Orange Dream, Extreme Gene.
that's right. Is that 7? Yeah.
No, that was 6.
Okay.
She doesn't have 7. She has 6, right?
Okay. And
She have 7?
I don't know. It's fine.
And you paired her with Ron?
Yeah. Yeah.
So hopefully some super NGs, super asphalts.
Yeah. That's what we're hoping
Cool.
for, is super asphalts. Yeah.
Super asphalts. Awesome.
Weird Snake Girl says, can I claim her just to give her to Amy? So we're talking about this snake. Yes.
Where am I gonna put her?
Yes.
All of my enclosures are full.
Yeah. If anybody wants to buy this snake and just give her to Amy, that's totally fine too.
Zacharia's claiming her.
Oh, Zacharia wants her. Okay. Get your mom to get another enclosure, Zacharia. Your snake, we're bringing your snake. I'm going to be in Seattle this weekend. We're bringing your snake up to the main living room area. We're going to move. What's that?
Brady's going, whoa.
Whoa. So Amy's husband is like, wait a second. we're not doing more snakes. Amy already has 7 and that's enough.
I have 6. Katie has 1.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Katie has 1 that lives with you guys. So that makes 7 in your snake room. At least. Yeah. So I shouldn't. Zachariah, I don't know that we're doing that this weekend, but we're doing it either this weekend or next. Or your mom's going to do it when I'm not there and somebody else will help. So whenever that, it's going to happen soon. That cage and that table that it's on is coming upstairs from the downstairs. That's my whole point. Crisis Corps, thanks for the super chat. Amy, please take the hatchling with the special pits. I told Amy, I said, I kind of want you to have it because I want to see the snake grow up. I want to see what it's like, how it develops. Tiger Lily's going to be real interested in this hat, and I hope she doesn't pull it off and make it snap her in the face with the plastic thing. Let's see. Math Pig says, buy snake for Amy. They get friend discount. Yes. You get friend discount for sure.
Yeah, she is like pulling it off. Okay.
Is she pulling off? We got it? Okay.
Yeah.
Erica is saying, Bob, did you know Spokane has a reptile show now? I only know that because someone asked if I was going to be there. And apparently it's in September and I will not be there. I didn't know they had a reptile show. I would love to be there, but I am going to be there in October, I think, for a Renaissance fair. Yeah.
She was pulling it off, but now she won't let go of it. So
Okay. Great.
Hi, Erica.
Lovely to see you, Erica. Erica's in Spokane now. And my mom wants me to come to.
Zachariah is so
What?
cool.
Oh man, Zachariah, this is. Look, this is disrespectful. He says, "Okay, bye bye, old man. I'm going to bed. Nap, nap, fonks. Good night." Look, the only thing I could take issue with how you spell the word fonks instead of thanks, but I'm ignoring that. I'm taking issue with the words old and man. I assume you're talking about me, Zachariah, and that is disrespectful. And look, you don't even remember. I'm seeing you. Am I going to see you tomorrow? I'm seeing you tomorrow night. We have things to talk about. I'm seeing you tomorrow night. I'm going to be in your house in the evening before you go to bed. We're going to have words. All right. We're dang close to done with this. I think we're done with this.
We have a giveaway.
Oh, we have a giveaway to do still. You guys, for those of you, we have one target left. One Green Room Pythons target left. Thank you for remembering this.
Also,
Amy.
Brady says you should sign them all before you send them out.
Oh yeah, I'll sign them for sure. If you want me to. You may not want it signed. You may want just the green or just that. If you want it signed, tell me. I definitely will sign it. Good idea, Brady. Okay, Amy, what is the password for this one?
I think it should be. We did it.
Okay, I like it. Okay, this is all one word. We did it. I'm plugging that in.
You got to hit start collecting comments.
I'm going to, but we have to. They have to.
No, you have to hit start collecting comments first because I'm pretty sure it doesn't collect their comments until after you've hit that button.
Okay, so people are writing, "We did it."
Yeah, but you haven't hit the button yet, so it's not going to count. If you have to let him hit the button first, guys.
I promise you, it's the opposite of this.
It's not because it collected 47 last time, and you had way more comments that were spelled correctly of Gaboon Viper.
So here we go. I watched.
Not yet, guys. Not yet.
Okay, I'm hitting the button. You guys, I promise this is everyone who has written "We did it" as of now is going to get counted. And here we go. We're starting collecting.
Don't hit draw yet.
So far, there are 30 entries. Do you see this, Amy? It's counting. Go. It's telling us that we have 30 entries.
Type it now,
so far.
guys. We did it.
Somebody else. Now there's 31. Somebody else entered. Now there's 35. Okay, now we're hitting draw. Wait, I want to share the screen so you have a little bit more time. So what it's doing is it's going to collect all the comments that are already there. Okay, so we're on share screen, giveaway tool, share. Okay, now we're going to see it. And here we go. 41 comments. I'm hitting draw. 1, 2, 3, go.
We did it.
There was one person that got in there, so we got 42. That is. And these are all, hopefully, people in the United States. Nifters Critters.
Nifters Critters.
Congratulations. I believe Nifters Critters is in the United States. So send me an email, greenroompythons@gmail.com, and let me know that you won the third target. This is literally the one. And give your address where to send it to, and it will get sent out. You know what?
What?
I'm going to put these together tomorrow. I'm going to give them to you to mail out. Because, no, I'll mail them from Seattle. I'll bring them with me. I'll mail them from Seattle. That's what I'll do.
Oh, because you don't have a car.
I don't have a car right now. I don't have a car in Los Angeles, but I have, I'll do it from Seattle. It's fine.
Now I'm mailing stuff?
We'll get them out. You've done a ton for this, Amy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here on my birthday live stream. We still have 154 people this late in the thing. And I appreciate those of you who have been here from the beginning, but also came in late and saw a little bit of it, bounced back and forth, whatever. And I appreciate those that are watching after the fact. Maybe you're cleaning your snake cages and just listening, which I assume most people that watch these live streams are just listening while they're doing other stuff. We're 4 hours and 19 minutes into it. We're going to hit the
in stream button before we get to 4 hours and 20 minutes. Love you all. See you next time. See you next week for a regular video. Bye, everybody.
Good night.